guys, Cindy over here with My Arts Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month, you know, what are the positives of social media. So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look, it says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? All right, well, I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm going to start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right? So I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy. right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing. Playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person. And I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? That's the one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So, sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just going to move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that a session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. Alright, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. Alright, here's today, here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker, don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. Alright, so here's the start of my day. So I'm going to, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. Alright, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma, and she'd come out and she'd be like, "Grandma," and she'd be like a robot. "Grandma needs coffee." She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. Alright. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. Alright. Alright, after our coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. Alright, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, alright, so once my body, you know, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here take breaks. So that's my normal pain day is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad, let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare, so I consider, you know, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice the theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now, when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a roll-away stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it. Or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now, this is my normal routine, and this is where when I want to find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself, and you've got to be able to be what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total another discussion. But for this month, for the question, for Explorations of Me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. right, guys, so I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly up away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. away the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it all. You got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. you're never gonna make it. You're not good enough, there's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon, and I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're driven.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you could fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they're giving them, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back.
Yeah, straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah, you can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotic code. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down, parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud, party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out, taking away all doubt. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. I got a fucking plan and you know that I'ma make it, ho. I'm the fucking man when I'm sitting in the studio, feeling hella slammed cause I'm fucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryan in this bitch, I'm fucking
coke. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck, but you can't deny this audio. I'm honest, yo, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping, no. I rockin' on this domino and push it till they falling. I've been hella focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah. Welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, when you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated, but that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated, but she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. You got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah. They say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coffin. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coffin. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. But my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching. Finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, 'cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never off it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, bitch, watching. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Poppin', spitting hot shit. I'm dropping, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the map, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back. All I rap, not the step, going down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Get the time that I'm right, yeah. Like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it 'cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
and I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it,
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Yeah, I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action, drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits, I don't fucking ask this, I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it, put them on blast it. They will never last it, don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic, this shit is democratic. They vote effects, yeah, bitch.
tracking you down.
Trouble with love is what the trouble with love is.
most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day.
Welcome to the Siimland podcast. I'm your host Siim Land, and our guest today is Menno Henselmans. Menno is an online physique coach, researcher, entrepreneur, and bodybuilder. This is a two-part podcast, and this is the second part in which we talk about Menno's new book called The Science of Self-Control. This episode is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is a healthy version of all the unhealthy cereal you loved as a child. It's very high in protein, low carbs, 0 grams of sugar, gluten-free, grain-free, soy-free, and with only natural flavors. The main ingredient is actually whey protein. There are many different versions of the nostalgic flavors such as frosted, fruity, cocoa, and peanut butter. My favorite one is the cocoa. They actually taste better than the original formulations with more crunchiness. Magic Spoon cereal gives you 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 net grams of carbs in each serving. If you want to try out Magic Spoon, then head over to magicspoon.com/Siim and use the code SIIM to get $5 off any order. Magic Spoon is so confident in their product that it's backed with a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you don't like it for any reason, they're gonna refund your money, no questions asked. So head over to magicspoon.com/Siim and use the code SIIM to save $5 off your order.
So your new book, The Science of Self-Control. So, given I think most people would expect like a more bodybuilding type book about, like training per se. So you actually came out with more like a mindset or mental side book. What made you decide that?
Yeah, I studied behavioral economics, which is in large part behavioral psychology. So that's something I'd always been interested in, and I have a strong academic background in. And I always found it difficult to implement these things for a few reasons into my writings, especially on Facebook and Instagram, because for many of these things, you first need to lay a foundation of how the human mind works. And if you don't have that in place, then it's very difficult to discuss anything, especially on social media. And this book basically made me get all of the things that I accumulated for a very long time, put them together, and then mix them with more new information and publish that. So that's, I think, the main drive of how it's gone. It's just a much better way to tell the whole story without confusing people. And there's also research, by the way, from psychology. Psychology is one of those things, just like nutrition, that everybody has a strong opinion about, even if they have very little knowledge on the topic and no formal training or no actual research on the topic, because it seems so intuitive. And there's an actual effect that's also been studied in psychology, which says or shows that when people are told the outcome of a psychological study, they almost always go like, oh yeah, duh, yeah, it makes perfect sense. And when you ask them in advance to predict what people would do in a study, then people really cannot tell well. So that was also why I've been hesitant to publish much about psychology and stuff, because it's like people always think, oh yeah, of course. And people always also think that because it's a more soft science, psychology, compared to a beta, harder science, like exercise physiology, people think it's subjective, but it is an empirical science. So there are a lot of things where you say, sure, for example, beauty standards. Beauty is subjective, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There's no such thing as objective beauty. Well, there are actually a few indicators that are consistent across cultures, lifespan, decades of research, such as waist to hip ratio in women. These things, have an evolutionary basis. And even though, of course, they vary per individual, it's not like it's just up for grabs. Everyone has their own opinion, and there's no trend to be found. There's actually a very strong trend, and we can predict quite well. For example, if we show a picture of a certain person, then science could predict quite well what the average rating of various bodily features of that person would be with reasonable accuracy, at least on a group level. So that's a lot of reasons why I chose to keep the psychology to myself until I got it all out.
Nice. Yeah, you mentioned that there's this misconception about willpower being a muscle. So can you clarify that? I think that's about the main most often people have idea of as willpower.
Yes, Many people think that because of the original Roy Baumeister model, willpower is sort of like a fat. It's like in your brain, this is the willpower fat, and when you use it, you use some, and then when it's empty, you are screwed. And it seems to work a bit like that because, like I said, the anterior cingulate cortex is actually monitoring your happiness. So the VAT is sort of your happiness level. But the crucial difference is that when you know that it's happiness that's driving the, or that's the limitation, that means A, there is no actual physical limitation. So if you're motivated to do something, and everyone can experience this for themselves, when they're doing something they love, you can keep doing it for a very long time, much longer than if you're filing your taxes. I mean, allegedly there are people that make taxes their employment and they like it, but I think for most people they don't like filing taxes. So you're gonna have a hard time sticking to that and keeping your concentration, right? And that is a general finding that basically means that the Baumeister model is wrong, that motivation strongly modulates the effect of task fatigue. And there appears to be essentially no task fatigue when people are highly motivated to do something. And there are a few more findings like that. And like I said, the carb rinsing studies are also a strong line of evidence showing that, because in the Baumeister model, they thought it was glucose that was sort of the willpower fat. And then they showed, well, you do get the replenishment, but without the actual glucose consumption. So it's probably not a metabolic effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, like if they're super motivated to do something, then yeah, it doesn't feel tiring. Or if you love what you do, like work or other things, then you can do it for hours without getting tired. Whereas, yeah, like if you do something that you hate, like, you know, even in school, like I remember when I was in like high school or whatever, then, you know, reading was super boring or super difficult. But then now if I'm reading like papers, I can read papers for like hours and hours about any kind of study. So yeah, it does. Yeah, like that's very depends on like the motivation level and like that kind of thing.
Definitely. And another big finding, which also has strong practical implications, is that fatigue is incredibly task specific. So when you're reading a certain book that you don't like, then you get really fed up with that, and your brain is essentially seeking for things that provide more instant gratification. Like it's literally, if you put someone in cognitive neuroscientific scanners for this, and even, well, let's leave that for now. Let's say you scan someone's brain, you can actually see that it lights up the reward pathways more when you show them things like a dollar sign or food. Like the brain is literally sensitized. It's like looking for something, anything that makes us feel better right now, because what we're doing now is not doing the job. And that means that you can also prevent willpower failure very effectively by switching up your tasks and taking breaks. It's probably one of the biggest overall recommendations of my book is that most people work too much. They take too few breaks and they just try to keep pushing on. And that's very much ingrained in our society with the 8-hour workday. And you really see the effect of that, where most people are only productive when they come to the office in the morning and after lunch, because then they've had breaks. And after that, productivity massively declines. You see that most workers report only about 3 hours actual productivity per day. In some surveys, I think it's 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes or something. So if you have your average employee, you pay them 8 hours a day, but they only work 2.5 actual hours. And that's because you keep them locked up in a cubicle, forcing them to work. Whereas if you give them more freedom, you allow them to switch their tasks, they can actually get the same job done or even more, much more efficiently with less time investment.
Right. So the key is to, you know, initially find what you like to do, but if you can't, if you aren't able to do that, like you're supposed to do your taxes or whatever that you hate, or something else, or studying in school that you need to do, like what are some of the tips to increase self-control and willpower there?
A few things you can do are to get familiar with the feeling of mental fatigue and stop working when you get that feeling, and then implement some pleasurable break activity. Anything that makes you feel better. Research has found that prayer, cold showers, watching a series, like literally pretty much anything that just makes you feel better or that takes your mind off things. And I found that video games are actually incredibly effective because they are designed to be very immersive. They're a bit like meditation in the sense that they're even more effective than meditation, because with meditation you have to actively sort of empty your mind yourself by focusing. The video game does it for you. It's designed to get your full maximum attention. You know, you don't even notice there are other people in the room and stuff. And then just in 20 minutes, if you stop, you don't need, very important, you don't need a non-addictive kind of video game. Then you stop and you can get to work again, and it's like your mind is reset, like you've cleaned your cache in computer analogy.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that's like a slippery slope as well, that you can get stuck into the other end, that you like watch an entire like season of a TV series or play like 3 hours or whatever. So
yeah, you need delineated breaks.
Yeah, you need to know your weaknesses as well, and maybe put in some like structure or boundaries to those activities as well.
Yes, and select them so that, for example, you watch a series that's only 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You can use alarms like that. Then there is still some willpower involved, of course. You know, there's no magic. There's no magic trick. But in my book, I do go into a lot of actual practical things that work and have been found in scientific research to work, that make things easier, and at the minimum can get you the same work done in a lot less time.
Given we're still on the topic of, like, you know, nutrition and things, so dieting actually is very difficult for a lot of people from the mental side, actually, especially, like, even not from the physical side. So like avoiding temptations and having the self-control to not eat the cookie and things like that. So how do you go about that?
Yeah, I go into that in a lot of detail as well. And avoiding temptations is a big one. And you already basically touch on the key principle here, and that's to avoid them. Research has found that the people with the most self-control actually use it the least. And being successful for most people is not a matter of relying on your self-control and discipline. And I think that's a crucial failure of the idea that willpower is like a muscle. The implication of that would be that you need to train it. Well, look at anyone that's dieted and just look at how successful they become over time. If willpower was like a muscle, you should get better at it over time. People do not get better at dieting if they do not receive the proper instructions. They relapse, they regain all the weight, and over time they just get fatter most of the time. So if you compare that with what happens when you train a muscle, it gets stronger. Even if you don't do it well, at least you get some results. But that's not at all what happens. In reality, you should do the opposite. You should know that even if you have strong willpower, you should rely on it as little as possible. Because even if you can rely on it, it's unpleasant. Relying on willpower is inherently an unpleasant thing. It literally makes your brain reduce your level of positive affect. So you should avoid temptation as much as possible, like not having food visible, not buying things that you don't want to eat. There are loads of ways that you can make your diet, staying very satiated. That's another big part of the book, like how you optimize your appetite control. It's just really important not to have to use it too much, basically.
Right. Yeah. And does that mean, like, how do you not use it? Let's say if you're sitting in front of a cake, then you can't not use it. You have to use it to not eat the cake.
Yeah. So if you're sitting in front of a cake, there are actually a few things that you can still do that research has looked at. You can implement what's called episodic future thinking. That means that you're imagining what your next meal is going to be. And that basically makes the comparison more salient in your brain. So it makes you realize, okay, now I could eat the cake. Another thing that you can do, and you can combine it with this, is thinking of the energy density of whatever you're going to eat. That's a good habit to get for doing. Like, how many calories per 100 grams does this have? With a cake, it's probably 400 to 600. And you think, okay, I could have one slice of the cake. I still won't be full. And that's, say, 400 to 600 calories. Or I could wait a bit now, and in 2 hours, I'm home, and then I have this nice pasta dish or whatever ketogenic bowl with meat and veggies prepared. And it's low calorie, it allows me to stick to my diet. It's healthy. I also like eating that. I just wait 2 hours. And when you think of it that way, you can make a much more rational choice. Effectively, what it does is it engages your system too, a more rational part of your brain, and that allows you to make the decision much more consciously. Another few things you can do are you can literally push the cake away. This serves as a psychological affirmation of rejection, and actually can help you not consume it. You can also verbally commit to not eating it, because in social groups in particular, many people are hesitant, and that doesn't work. You have to be firm with your beliefs, and even if you're not necessarily convincing others, which you can, which is also very effective, then you have to very firmly show that, you know, these are your beliefs. I'm not a person that eats cake. Because if you're like, yeah, or no, or you make up some lame excuse like, yeah, no, I'm feeling a bit nauseous, then they're gonna be like, have a piece, you know, like have a piece.
Yeah.
And at some point you're gonna succumb, and then other people also know you're weak, and if they keep pushing, then you're gonna eat the cake, and it makes them feel better about themselves for also eating the cake. So you're gonna be in this vicious cycle where a lot of people actually don't want to eat the cake, but everyone's doing it because it makes everyone feel less bad.
Yeah.
Whereas if there was one person that stood up and said, look, guys, why do we have all this crap in the office? Shall we just eat a little healthier? Or about we have some options, you know, for people that want to eat healthier. Then you can actually convince others to maybe join you in living a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah. It's like, you know, these different social dynamics at play in a group setting where usually there's this, like collective, let's say, group decision of, you know, we do eat cake or we don't, or we're like a healthy group. And what determines that is, like someone has to take the initiative, or a lot of times people, like just succumb to the standards of the collective, thinking that this is what this group is representing. But if there is someone who raises or changes those standards, then the entire group will change as well, their behavior too. So it's a very social dynamics.
It's interesting. There's a fun tangent fact about this. In current political discussions, research shows that nobody, not a single political group, feels confident about voicing their beliefs publicly, except the far left.
Okay. Nice. Yeah.
And that's, I think, very visible. But the result of that is that a lot of people actually even voice opinions that they don't fully agree with, or just you never hear from them, and you only hear from a tiny minority of people that are very vocal about political issues. And this often also leads to bipartisanship with the far right and far left, and makes it think like those are the only people in the world, where in reality there's a big center. And it's the same with nutrition and dieting at the office. You know, you're not the only person. If you're like in the middle that wants to eat a bit healthier, but also maybe not be super strict, then there are a lot of people like you. But if everyone's silent because there's one person that's like, everyone cake, you know, what are you, fat shaming? Then it's going to result in a lot of people actually doing something they don't like, even though that might be the majority opinion.
Yeah. I want to ask a question, like, you know, what is, from a self-control perspective, like, which is more difficult, to say no to the entire cake, or just, you know, eat one piece and not eat the rest of it, or, you know, or take one bite even just out of the cake and not take any more? So what do you think is more difficult from the self-control perspective?
I think stopping is actually more difficult.
Right.
So for most people, it's easier not to eat it at all, because once you've had the taste, you want more. And it doesn't satiate. That's the issue. Like, if you eat something that won't satiate you, it's like you're just tormenting yourself, because now you know how good it tastes and you started eating. And it's also easy if you don't have clear boundaries for yourself, you're constantly having to rely on will control. Whereas if you do have clear boundaries, then you can also make it a habit, right? At some point, if I get offered a cake, there's very little self-control required, because I'm not even actually considering eating the cake. Like, I just automatically reject.
Yeah.
And when you get to that level, you can, with that habit formation, then there is no self-control anymore at all, ideally. And if you're always deciding whether you're going to have 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, then you always have to rely on self-control. And every bite you have to reevaluate. And every bite you get weaker because you get more and more depleted. And at some point you get the screw-it effect, where you're just like, I'll have the whole cake, whatever.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like, just avoiding is actually much easier, because you're like, once you are in the role, or like the momentum is on your side, then it's very easy to like stick to the diet. Is more often than not, people, you know, go off the rails completely if they like have an accidental cheat meal or whatever, and then they go off like the rails completely, like rebounding from
Mhm.
that. But it's very relatively easy if you get into the groove of it after a while.
Mhm.
Any tips on like getting back on track? Like if you lost your self-control completely, and how do you get back on track?
The most important thing is to not to think of yourself as a failure. It's a skill. So you messed up, and that's normal because dieting is a skill that you need to learn. It takes a lot of experience. You need to think of failure as a learning experience, as feedback. It's like it's information. Like this allows you to get better. And the most important thing is just to reflect, think, why did I mess up? Why did I overeat? Why did I have that cake? And then, for example, you may think, because I skipped lunch. Okay, lesson learned. Don't go into scenarios where you're going to be tempted with social eating events when you're hungry. And then reflect on that. Okay, make sure that doesn't happen again. And the next day, you just continue as planned. For most people, research finds it's better to just get back on track. Don't try to compensate for anything. Reflect, learn, continue as planned, as if it didn't happen.
Yeah, like some people may like fast for, let's say, another day and not eat anything, and then when they break the fast, then they break the cycle again and lose it. So yeah, it's dangerous.
In excess, that essentially turns into binge purge cycles.
Yeah, that's right. But from is there like any specific macros? Like, a lot of there's this, saying that sugar is like super addictive and you can't control yourself when you eat it. As well, what does the science say about it actually?
About sugar addiction?
I mean, like sugar and self-control. Like, is it more likely to lose the self-control when you're eating carbs and sugar compared to, let's say, protein or fat?
Not inherently. There's no such thing as addictive food. You can only be addicted to eating itself, but not to any particular food, even chocolate. And even research on pregnant women, and actually very conclusively, I have a whole section on pregnancy in the book. You can see that there are massive cross-cultural effects, and it's all restricted to idea of, especially American culture, what American culture has led us to believe about what you should eat when you're pregnant and what a common food aversion happens to be, blah, blah, blah.
Sorry, I'm losing the audio a little bit. I think the internet was hacking a bit.
Where did it drop off?
The pregnant women.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of research also on pregnancy. For example, I have a whole section in the book on what pregnant women eat and what kind of food aversions they have. And there you can see it's all cultural, and we are so strongly influenced by what, especially American culture, like United States American culture, has led us to believe about what's normal and what are common food aversions and the like. That said, any food that is highly palatable, which most high-carb foods are, is going to activate your brain's reward pathways more than other foods, which are generally not as palatable, such as typically protein. So in practice, it is the case that many high-carb foods, in particular starches, because fruits and veggies definitely do not fulfill this category, but bread, rice, potatoes are kind of in the middle, but especially like fried potatoes, they are just very easy to overeat on, and they are generally relatively well liked, or just very easy to eat for most people. So many people do have greater difficulties restricting those when they're eating them, compared to, say, high protein foods, vegetables, fibrous fruits, and even high fat foods. It depends on whether they're processed for the most part, because you won't find many people overeating on avocado or olives, but you'll definitely have difficulty with like full fat pork sausages.
Yeah,
because those are, again, also super easy to overeat on.
Yeah, like this. I think like it's the ultra processed foods, which is like the new term, that these hyper palatable engineered foods that with all these different ingredients, that's like the main cause, not like specific like carbs or sugar or whatever. It's the ultra processing that kind of makes them super hyper palatable, and that generally, even if on them being a part of a diet increases the total calories you consume on a daily basis because they're generally higher in calories as well.
Yes, definitely.
Any, like, how long does it take to, let's say, build or develop self-control? Like, because there is some aspects of neuroplasticity still at play that your brain does change to a certain extent. So like, how long does it take, and to what degree does it change?
Well, your actual level of self-control is basically fixed. There's very little you can do to improve it. However, you can reduce your reliance on it majorly, and that's much more effective. And it generally takes, like, if we're talking time frames, I think one of the only time frames that might provide some use is the time frame that it typically takes to build a habit, which is about 3 months. It depends a lot on the habit, though, and the number of repetitions. But in 3 months, you can make major changes to how you engage with your own discipline level, because you can replace a lot of things with habits. You can learn to use implementation intentions in the meantime to effectively form quick habits in your brain, like if-then rules, that decide your actions. And you can learn a lot of psychological tricks in a relatively short period that make a very big, notable difference in your life.
But what is going on is, let's say, if a person, let's say, I don't know, in the past they used to be, maybe like very, like, they say things out loud immediately what they think, for example, but nowadays maybe they're like more, reserved, or they're not saying out loud. Let's say they're not I don't know, insulting people, or they don't get angry as much. Like, what's going on there if a person doesn't get angry, let's say in traffic, as much as they used to in the past, or vice versa, like they now get angry but they didn't in the past. Like, if those kind of changes happen, like, what is going on there?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that relies to self. That's a big mixture of self-control, habits, social norms, like anger management. Is in large part probably also about your own level of happiness, how you deal with other people, your social norms, experience, just having a lot of feedback that your anger outburst didn't help at all, or they just made people worse off, or maybe you even hurt someone. So I think it becomes a lot more difficult when you get to a social phenomenon like that. But it's definitely not going to be because your self-control itself got better. Like, maybe you learned how to, I think that's probably one of the big ones also, how you learned your own boundaries, basically. I think that's much more important than trying to improve your boundaries, because most people really don't need, for most things, you don't need super high levels of self-discipline. You just need to be smart about doing them so that you don't need extreme discipline.
Yeah. Yeah, well, eventually it's gonna break, or if you have to, like, it's so true that what you said, that the people who have the most self-control actually don't use it that much, and with discipline as well, people who seem that they're like super disciplined, then they may not actually be like literally using their discipline all the time, because they have like these routines and habits that still allow them to do those things, but they're not like actively every day, like, doing things against their will to get it done. So, because it's not like sustainable. So that's why they have to create these systems and routines that put this like almost on autopilot, that they do it still regardless.
Definitely. It's like the more disorganized you are, the more you should structure your life to compensate for that. And if you're a naturally super organized person, then you won't need to organize your life as much. But you can compensate for lack of being inherently organized by providing more structure to your life intentionally.
Yeah, so it's like a conscientiousness
Exactly.
is a good trait. Is there a way to build that or increase it?
No, that's pretty much also fixed. That's and conscientiousness is strongly correlated with self-control ability.
Nice. That's so. What can you change then? You can only change your habits and routines then.
Yeah, but you don't need to, because self-control is not, really limited in the first place. Like, it's not physically limited. It's just related to your happiness. So it all comes down to ways to set your life up smarter and be happier in the process. And then you'll find that your actual self-control ability might, as a result of that, improve a bit. But that should not be the goal. It should be to not use it most of the time. To be replace it with habits, structures, etc.
Yeah. Is there like any studies looking at whether the belief of whether or not you have self-control, or whether or not you have like this unlimited willpower or it's limited, looking at, you know, does that affect the results? So that if a person has the belief that they have this finite willpower, does it actually, you know, change their behavior or make them less self-controlled, for example, or have less willpower?
I have a hard stop in 1 minute, by the way.
Okay.
But yes, there are actually studies by Veronica Job et al. I believe her first name is Veronica, which really conclusively show about, to make it full circle, about carbohydrates specifically, for example, that people that think that self-control is a limited ability, they actually benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Whereas people that don't think this, they don't benefit from consuming carbohydrates. Okay. So that really goes back to the original idea of a large part of it being mental, and this idea that you can't succeed is already a very big obstacle to your success in the first place.
Gotcha. Well, all right, we'll finish there. The book is on Amazon, right?
Yep, on Amazon, my website, it's available as an audiobook, an ebook, and on Amazon you can buy a paperback or a hardcover.
All right. Well, it was great talking with you, and I'm gonna let you go.
My pleasure.
Fellow entrepreneur, if you are running a business right now and you're trying to grow your business, there's two challenges and obstacles that are always facing us at the same time. The first thing, I want to know how you're dealing with frustration and overwhelm as an entrepreneur. Or if you're planning to start your business, I want you to comment below and let me know. My personal process and the number one keyword that you want to embed into your mind is clarity. Clarity is what's going to help you overcome the frustrations and the overwhelm that you're dealing with every single day. As an entrepreneur, whatever it is that you want to do in life, the reasons why we have frustration and overwhelm is because of two reasons. We want to do things to achieve a certain result, and it doesn't happen. We want to be able to not have bad things happen to us, but they happen. And when these things accumulate, they overwhelm us. So the first thing is gaining clarity. How do you do that? I want you to take a piece of paper out look in front of you, or open a Google Doc or something. And I want you to write down actually what is the problem? What is the thing that's contributing to your frustrations? What is the root cause of it? That's the first part of the process. Number one, to gain clarity is to understand what is the problems that are contributing to your frustration. After that, you take that step. I want you to draw a line there, and then you go into the next part and you'll be able to understand what is the results and the things that you want to achieve and why are they not happening in your life. That's how you gain clarity. Don't keep it all in your mind. I want you to put it down on paper. Then you do essentially everything on paper. You can see it visually and you're able to reflect on things. Because one of the things that contribute to overall frustration is because we keep so much of the shit in our mind. You want to be able to put all that stuff on paper. That's the number one step. Now that we have clarity, the second step that we want to get is direction. Now what I mean by direction is that keyword that you should embed in your mind is what are the steps that we're going to take to be able to become successful. What is these things once you lay it on the piece of paper? What is the direction that you want to set? What are the 3 steps? I want you to add 3 simple steps next to each frustration and each result that you want to achieve. A, B, C, D. How are you going to be able to get there? That is the most important step you want to be able to achieve, is how you're going to get there. 3 simple steps on the frustrations, 3 simple steps on the results. That is the direction piece. What that's going to help you do is you're going to gain clarity, and now you have actual tangible steps of how to be successful on each specific step. That we are 2 steps closer to resolving your frustration, your overwhelm. And that is better than where you were before at the end of watching this video. Now, once we gain clarity on the actual problem and the frustrations and the results that you want to achieve, the second thing we gain now is we have 3 simple steps that we're going to be able to commit to. After that, the final step is actually certainty. You want to be able to make a confident decision on the things that you're actually going to execute. Because keeping all that stuff in your mind isn't going to help you. What's going to happen is when you actually take action on those things, those 3 steps that you mapped out on that piece of paper on the dock, and make a confident declaration that you're actually going to take action on what you've been planning to do. That is the most important step, even though it's the final step. That is how you're going to gain clarity certainty and direction in overcoming the things that you want to achieve online. So after you've taken those 3 steps to be able to help you gain certain clarity and direction in actually growing your business, getting clarity on the process, now I want to wrap it up and share with you what insights or questions do you have. You can comment below, let me know. Go through those actual things. Share with me what your experience is, how you're dealing with frustration, overwhelm once you actually do this. Because I promise you, if you follow this process, you're going to be able to reduce your stress, you're going to increase your capacity, and you're going to not have the overwhelm and the frustration that you had before this video. So that's my promise to you. Do this process and let me know how it actually works. And I look forward to sharing with you more of these things.
Weekends are meant for relaxing and rejuvenating. But it's easy to forget that when we're swamped with never-ending homework, college applications, and demanding jobs that have us working overtime. Consequently, plans that we originally signed up for might seem like a hassle now. It's perfectly okay to stay in, hit the pause button, and catch your breath. In fact, I'm about to do that myself. So sit back, relax, and come unwind with me. It'll all be okay, I promise. Today is my lazy day. With no plans in sight, I'm starting off with a blank canvas, which means I can paint the day however the way I want it to be. Let's check the weather. Seems like it's cloudy and windy. My favorite, sweater weather. I'm going to go downstairs, greet my cat, and brew myself a hot cup of tea. Whether you enjoy something calming and herbal or strongly caffeinated, ya boy's got you covered. I'm loaded with the good stuff. Now, on to laundry. Sounds like work, right? But doing laundry after a long week can actually be rewarding. I love burying myself with the scent of fresh, clean clothes. Now that I have something to wear next week, there's one less thing I have to worry about. Here, I'm gonna get the first batch started, and then we'll move on to something else. I'm really lucky to live in a quiet area surrounded by woods. Today, I think I'll go for a bike ride. I've got my favorite cardigan on and a scarf to keep my neck warm. Sometimes, nature is the only friend you need. As much as I love spending time with my friends and family, I love going off by myself and having my own solitary adventures. With life these days, it's often quite hard to get some peace and quiet, so when I have the chance, I make the most of it. I've been thinking lately about how much I've let my own anxiety and depression dictate my life. How it stopped me cold from taking certain risks, postponed the time I could have used to work on personal goals, and the way it would keep me up all night. It doesn't have to be that way anymore, if I just learn to let go. If you're going through the same motions, I hope you have the guts to do it too. Ah, wasn't that fun? It felt so good to let the crisp, cool air into my lungs. And the way the leaves fell, it looked like small bits of a kaleidoscope rearranging its patterns. That's what I love the most about fall. You can heal and learn to become what you can still be. Just because everything breaks down in this time of the year doesn't mean good things have to come to an end. Sometimes change happens so better things can fall into place. But we have to be open to receive it. I like to think that with every end comes a new beginning. Come inside now, your ears are getting cold, aren't they? Let's go back to the kitchen and cook ourselves a nice dinner. You'll have to excuse me, I haven't gone grocery shopping yet. Let's see what's available in the pantry. A can of tomato sauce and some angel hair. Looks like we're having spaghetti. Sometimes dinner is the best when it's prepared simple. I'm just gonna chop up an onion and throw in some spinach. Fall makes me nostalgic for my mom's cooking. In fact, I learned how to make this dish from her. Some things never get old. Dinner is always better with some company. Now let's end that night with a hot, relaxing bath. There's nothing like lighting your favorite scented candles and sitting with a good book and music. If you live in the city, it can almost be impossible to slow down when everyone's always rushing to get to the next stop. But when you're in a bathtub, you're safe, warm, and away from all the noise. Whatever sense you picked up from riding the train or being at school, you can leave all of that behind you as you soak in these bubbles. Looks like it's time for bed now. My cat knows too. She's been waiting for me. I love the way she snuggles up close to me. Another day has come to an end, but it was everything I needed. Are you feeling better now? Keep these tips in mind the next time you're all wound up. What other relaxing techniques do you use? Unlike the scriptwriter Catherine, I myself really like playing video games to unwind. What about you? Let me know by leaving a comment down below. Be sure to subscribe to our channel for more content. Thanks for watching!
Hi everyone! As you may have noticed, we don't post as often as we'd like anymore. We are low on funding as our expenses are exceeding our revenue. However, we want to keep making more content that help people learn about psychology and mental health, so we want you to be a part of that process. Starting today, we will have a donate button underneath our videos. You've probably seen it in some of your favorite channels already. But if you don't see the button, we've included a link in the video description. Our vision is to keep making psychology more accessible to everyone. We try to keep our videos concise and create open dialogues among the community. As a supporter, you will receive recognition for your support by having a cool Psy icon next to your username when you comment. This helps us recognize it's you and engage you more. On top of this, you will also receive a free copy of our Psych2Go ebook and occasional magazines every quarter. Just email in to myself when you've donated, and I will send you the copies at ty@psych2go.net. However, even if you cannot support us financially, we still totally understand. You can help us out by sharing this video. We still love you and will give you a free ebook if you mail in to let us know. There is no fixed term or shady things like that. You can also cancel your support at any time too, so there's absolutely no risk. We promise to use your funding wisely.
How to elevate your style. Classy summer outfits for 2022. I've collated my top tips to help you achieve chic and classy summer outfits for 2022. And hopefully you'll find these tips really helpful and easy to integrate into your own outfit ideas, no matter what your personal style actually is or your budget. When it comes to creating a cohesive and elevated look, high quality basics are a must, while showpieces and statement garments add pops of drama and interest. Your outfit will just fall flat if your basics aren't up to par. Here you can see that I'm wearing a pretty basic yet really timeless outfit. But because that vest top has been made from a beautiful ribbed cotton, and because those white jeans have just got the best fit, the whole outfit looks really elevated and put together. You should never underestimate the power of having great staple pieces in your own wardrobe. I always spend more time curating my basics than shopping for hero pieces. Key options I focus on would be blazers, blouses, and tailored trousers. And in winter, of course, a beautiful coat. When you own these pieces in neutral colours, in the most premium quality materials that you can afford, you'll find they will last for years and really make up the building blocks of most of your looks. Do you stop and think about fabric composition before you buy? I think a lot of us have become so aware of not only where our clothes are made, but also what they've been made from. I know that I've become slightly obsessive about checking the fabric labels, but I really want to know what is in my garment. Is it going to irritate my skin? Is it going to really last? And is it going to bobble and look awful within about 6 months' time? Choosing sustainable or premium fabrics instantly elevates your style. A cotton blouse will not only feel different from a synthetic blouse, but it will look different too. You can often tell the difference between the two fibers just from the way that they drape, and then this in turn leaves you looking more polished. I think my favorites at the moment would be organic cotton. I really love Ecovero and Econyl for swimwear. But do let me know if you've heard of any new and wonderful fabrics coming out there that are really sustainable. Don't know if you remember, but last year we talked about a new faux leather that was actually made from cactus leaves, which I thought was amazing. So if you've heard of anything new and up and coming in terms of sustainable fabrics, do let me know about that too. Now, not only is this blouse so very pretty for summer, but it's also been made from embroidered organic cotton. I went true to size with the UK 10, and I would say that the fit is perfect. I really try and focus on investing in those pieces that will stand the test of time. And this then leaves me with a really timeless wardrobe that looks elevated all year round, no matter what the current trends might be. Now, while I'm thinking about beautiful yet affordable compositions, I have a couple of lovely new pieces in from Lulu's that I really wanted to share with you all. This portion of the video has very kindly been sponsored, and as always, all selections and opinions are my own. So I knew I really wanted to be considerate about the compositions that I add in to my own wardrobe. So I actually searched Lulu's website via the fabric content that I was after. And thinking of summer, linen was where I headed first, which is where I found this beautiful set. Now I needed a new skirt for summer, and to have something as a matching set feels really on trend, yet very elevating at the same time. On top of a really lovely blend of fabric, this set only retails at $89, so about £70, which I thought was very, very reasonable. So I've paired my new camel sandals with this look, made from leather with that very simple, elegant design. I think they polish off this outfit perfectly. Then I chose a sprinkle of colour for my wardrobe. Bit of a shock, I know. But I saw this bright blue shade, the feminine cut of this dress, and the fact that it's been made from a blend of linen, and I just had to add it to basket. I must admit, I do feel really nice in this dress. I love how it fits across the chest, and although it is more fitted, it's still got a bit of wiggle room across the hips. It's a lovely dress for my summer holidays. And last but not least, I headed for my favourite embroidery with this very pretty summer top. A unique piece made from 100% cotton that really adds a touch of my personality into my outfit idea. On my feet this time are another new pair of shoes that I chose. They get a tick for the pointed toe, double tick for being mules, and a triple tick for that soft neutral tone. So all round, I've had a wonderful first experience shopping at Lulu's, and I would highly advise that you have a browse of their collection for yourself. I've added a link in the description box below for you to take a look at the end of this video. Now this might be the most important tip on the list, to me anyway. You could be wearing the most perfectly curated summer outfit, but the look will just miss the mark if it doesn't fit you well. Now I know it's hard to find clothes tailored to your own body, especially as most of the high street stores seem to be using different measurements for their sizing. But it's so important to wear clothes that really complement and flatter your own shape. So as you can see in this first look, for example, the dress fits like a glove. It really skims over my widest area, which is my hips, but balancing out that shape is the shirt. Simply a classic boyfriend shirt that's just a little bit oversized and feels really relaxed. Now I've tied it in a knot at my waist just to give me a little bit more definition and that kind of overall hourglass shape. And then that wider shape of the shirt's shoulders gives me more width and balances me out overall. I certainly don't have a perfect body, and like most women, I have my own insecurities as well. But I've learned over the years to not get too stressed about it. These days, I just focus on my best parts. I dress for my shape and what makes me feel really nice, and I subtly divert attention away from the areas I don't really want people to focus on. Though I always champion minimalist basics, there's a time and a place for unique pieces in your wardrobe. Looking elevated works well in neutral palettes and tailored shapes, but that's not to say that a pop of colour can't be sophisticated too. Now granted, my pop of colour here is certainly on the minimal side of things, but there's no denying what a unique and I think really beautiful shirt that this is. This is actually a couple of years old now, but as I'm sure you've found yourself, when you find those truly unique pieces made from really beautiful compositions, you can imagine having them in your wardrobe forever. I think the key to nailing a look with a statement piece is to try and opt for the less is more mentality. I find that having those small but perfectly formed details is a really easy way to elevate your style. This is also something we saw at Bottega Veneta's Spring 2022 show. This look seems subtle from a glance thanks to that all-white colour. However, when you're closer up, you can really see the intricate weave details and those cutouts that take the dress from a standard summer option to something far more sophisticated and elevated. I always believe that quality is more important than quantity when it comes to creating the perfect capsule wardrobe. You've probably already noticed throughout this video, but shopping for quality items will always trump buying an awful lot of lower quality picks, and it will really pay off in your outfit ideas too. If you're switching to a sophisticated summer wardrobe, or perhaps you want to make your outfits look more expensive, fabric and material quality are essential. Let's face it, it's far cheaper to buy a whole new wardrobe from fast fashion retailers. But how long will this collection last you? And will these pieces really elevate your style? Here, for example, I'm simply wearing a cotton poplin shirt, and I've paired it with a lovely ecru midi skirt. Now this is actually a look that I shared recently on Instagram, and it's one of my favorites in summer for when I'm wanting to feel a bit more classy and chic. I really shopped around for the highest quality cotton shirt within my own budget. Something I knew would be made to last, and when styled against silk, it makes both pieces stand out for the right reasons. I spend more time thinking about each piece I want to add into my wardrobe, and then I research all these different brands before I decide which piece I'm going to go for. Being an outfit repeater is cool, and I definitely stand by this. Why would you purchase clothes and only wear them once or twice? It seems like the most ridiculous thing to me. I actually can't believe that anyone really does this, except for your wedding dress. Though I have been known to swish around the house in mine from time to time, I think it would be quite a hard look to pull off going for dinner. Each purchase for me is a love affair. Try not to let trend cycles fool you. Repeating looks is very sophisticated, especially when the outfits have been pieced together by hand. Now, when investing in your basics, make sure you really love them before committing to the purchase. If you don't feel amazing in it, it's definitely not worth your pennies. But when you do find something that ticks all of your boxes and really flatters your shape, why would you not wear that on repeat? How many pairs of shoes do you own? Be honest with that one. There was a time in my 20s when I bought more shoes than anything else. It became a bit of a thing. Thankfully, my shopping habits have stabilized somewhat over the last few years, but then I do still have that inner voice trying to convince me that it's not outrageous in the slightest to spend £500 on a pair of shoes. Thankfully, I don't act on that voice too often, otherwise I would have no money left. I do, however, believe that shoes are essential to creating a really cohesive outfit. It's great when your bag, your clothes, your hair and makeup match as one seamless aesthetic. But if you forget to add in the right shoes with that outfit, all the effort could be ruined. It's like having a reliable selection of basics. You should also have a really reliable collection of shoes to go with those outfit ideas. Here you'll have seen I have a new pair of beauties that I've just added into my collection. They're camel, of course, because I can never resist. Strappy for summer, but I think they would work all year as well, particularly for the evening. And I love the block heel, which feels more on trend for this season, and of course very typically French, which is never a bad idea. So I've styled them here with a new pair of straight leg jeans. I've added a turn up to give it more of a cute kind of girly vibe, but still feeling chic and put together with that pretty blouse on my top half. Shoes don't have to be simple though. One of my favorite shoe brands ever would have to be Aquazzura. Their heels are like a work of art. I absolutely love it. Incredibly out of my budget, I might add, but I do like to have a little window shop at their collection. Just look at those little Bobby Dazzlers. I am not usually one for bling, but I think I would make an exception for those. Maybe like have a really simple, very elegant and tonal outfit, and then just that pop of colour on your shoes. Beautiful. Do let me know what you think in the comment section below, and I'd be really interested to hear as well, what's your limit of what you would spend on a lovely pair of heels? When in doubt, stick to a tonal colour palette. But what does a tonal colour palette actually include? A one column of colour outfit does exactly what it says on the tin. And it mixes different shades and tones and textures for a soft monochrome look. We've recently seen this at various fashion houses for spring/summer 2022. And I think it's a surefire way to really elevate your style. But you don't always have to think of tonal outfits as something for the evening or something really dressed up and complicated. This theory works even with the most casual of outfits. Take this look, for example. Could I look any more cozy? But because they're both made from a really beautiful, soft and cozy cotton, they look more expensive than they actually were. And because I'm in that one column of colour, it gives the illusion of being hugely put together. Another trick I like with super casual looks like this is to just throw a blazer over the top. In this case, when we're thinking of tonal looks, I've opted for navy blue. Suddenly, I've made what is essentially a tracksuit look more elevated. And I must admit, this is definitely one of my go-to school run, in a rush, running out the door looks. It's elevated and put together without trying very hard at all. I really think tonal color palettes add fluidity throughout the look. Instead of those stark contrasts and clashing colors, similar hues create a much softer feel, especially in browns and blues, beiges, off-whites, etc. Creating tonal outfits is easier than ever when you have a range of beautiful basics in those neutral tones. And you can slowly build up that collection of those similar tones over time as budget allows that will eventually help you achieve this really elevated style. Another vital area to invest is denim. Shopping for jeans often gets a bit of a bad rap, as lots of people don't actually like it. But you're good to go once you've found a perfect pair that really complements your figure. And there's definitely enough out there to choose from. Good denim will last for years. And I always spend more time than I would like to admit researching different jeans brands that are new to the market. My collection is often growing and rarely cold, but in my defense, I do wear them on repeat, so I'm going to forgive myself for that one. Elevated style really starts with elevated choices. I really believe that. Looking elevated isn't just about clothing. I always try and make sure that my beauty and makeup choices mimic the aesthetic that I'm going for with my outfit. Summer is a time to glow, so really try and opt for natural hair and makeup. I know it's become a bit of a trend to have these quite heavy matte bases of foundation, but I must admit I'm not really a fan. I don't have perfect skin in the slightest. I have pigmentation that just won't budge, I've got wrinkles, and of course I get the odd spot. But I do like to see my natural skin peeking through my makeup. A heavy coat of anything on my skin just makes me feel like I'm not me anymore. And when you think about how to elevate your own style, this is one area that I think can make a huge difference. Just embrace the imperfections and go with that natural summer glow. Another critical area to focus on when elevating your style for summer is your handbag. These days, bags come in all shapes, sizes, and textures, so it's easy to be tempted by the latest trend. Now, I do love trend pieces, don't get me wrong, but it is essential to own at least one neutral bag alongside these loud patterns and colors. Now, I personally focus on minimalist designs and neutral palettes when I'm handbag shopping. This ensures that the bag will match a range of different outfits that I already have in my wardrobe, allowing me to just get up and go without worrying about matching my accessories to my look. Beiges, whites, creams, subtle greys are really great colors to explore. Black, of course, is a great option if you want something that's going to match pretty much all of your different outfits. But I personally always prefer those softer tones, particularly for the summer months. Of course, these tips are a general rule of thumb, and some rules are just made to be broken. If there's one tip you should remember, however, it's to always focus on fit and fabrics in summer, but ultimately really try and listen to that inner voice. You know when you feel nice in something, so try and embrace that. All important ingredients for achieving that elusive, elevated style. I really hope you've enjoyed my styling tips on how you can elevate your style. As always, I would love to hear from you all in the comment section below. Or maybe you've come up with your own formula for the perfect classy summer outfit that you'd like to share with the other subscribers. It's always really lovely hearing from you all, so do get in touch. I often see subscribers chatting and sharing tips amongst themselves, and it's really wonderful to see what a lovely community we've created on this channel. If you like this video and you're not already, I would love you to subscribe to my channel, and I'm always grateful for a thumbs up too. I post videos once a week on a Sunday, but I'm always here and up for a chit chat, or perhaps if you need some styling tips, please do ask away. Have a wonderful weekend.
If you ever wanted to start your e-commerce business in the fashion niche, then do not go anywhere, because in this ultimate guide for beginners, I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business and really make it in this wonderful and best-selling industry. Don't go anywhere. Quick intro and let's go. Hello everyone, I'm Liran from AutoDS, and in this video I'm going to show you how you can start your own clothes dropshipping business, and a successful one at it. We're going to tap into how to start a dropshipping business into the clothes fashion niche, And then I'm also going to show you what are some of the best suppliers that you can work with to get the best clothes products for your store. And I'm also going to go over the best products that you can sell today in the clothes and fashion niche. So what are the best clothes that we can sell, since it's such a vast and general category? So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action. And 1 second before that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to always stay updated on all of the latest and all of the hottest topics that we have coming out in the world of dropshipping. Having said that, let's go ahead and begin. How do we start dropshipping clothes? Where do we start? And how do we do it correctly to maintain and build a profitable dropshipping business? So first things first, why even dropship clothes in the first place? Well, first of all, you should always be selling in a niche that you are interested in, but having an interest in a certain niche is usually never enough. We have to make sure that there is a big market, a big demand for these products before we tap into it and start researching for products. So how do we know if clothes is even a profitable category? How do we know that there is enough room for us in the market? This graph right here from Common Thread shows you the annual revenue in sales in the apparel market in billions. So for example, last year in 2021, the apparel market sold almost $370 billion in revenue. In 2022, which is this year, it's forecasted to sell at $385 billion. And next year, it's going to continue growing to 397. And of course, it will continue increasing year by year, just as we're used to in the e-commerce market. You also have good stats from other good sources like Statista, showing you how the clothes industry, how the fashion industry is increasing year by year. So of course there's room to jump in, and what better time than now? By the way, everything that I'm going over in this video, you can read about it in a full blog article, which I will leave a link to right below this video. So what are the steps to starting, creating, running, and maintaining a successful and profitable clothes dropshipping business? These are the steps that we need to take. Step number one, we need to identify a niche. So the clothes or the fashion industry is a very, very general niche. We're going to have to narrow that down and find some best sellers, some products that can sell today that have high demand, which I will get to soon in this video. But step number one is identifying a niche. Step number two, we need to choose clothing products to sell. Since once we identified our niche in step number one, now we need to find which products we want to add from that niche to our dropshipping stores. Step number three, we need to find a reliable dropshipping supplier. And it kind of comes with step number two. In order to find clothing products that you want to sell, you need to find suppliers who can actually sell them. So you tapped into your niche, you found whatever products you want to sell inside that niche. Now we have to find suppliers that actually have those products that you can resell. Step number four, we need to choose a selling platform, because up until now we talked about products and how we're going to get them and where we're going to get them from. But now we need some place to sell it on. And that is what the selling channel is good for. Step number five, we need to choose an automation software. Now that we need to start listing our products and actually create our online store, we also want to be able to scale our dropshipping business and not limit ourselves to a certain number of tasks per day, which will always limit us from growing and expanding our dropshipping empires. Step number six, we're going to list our products. Now that we know what products we're going to sell and we have our dropshipping suppliers who can sell those products to us, which we will sell to our end customers. And of course, we have our selling channel, so we know what platform we're going to use to sell these products on. Now it's time to actually list those products. Step number seven, we're going to learn how to market our clothing store. And that is because now that we have our products listed on our stores, does anybody even know that our store exists? Does anybody even know that we have products in our stores that they're actually looking to buy? Most likely the answer to this question will be no. Nobody knows that your store exists. Although it does depend on what selling channel you are using. We're going to talk about all of that. But in any case, this is the part where we have to get our brands known and get traffic directed to our stores so we can make those sales and profit. Step number 8 will be fulfilling our orders, because now we marketed our products, our stores exist, we did a great job on product research. Now we're finally hitting those sales and we need to actually fulfill our orders. We got paid by our buyers on our online stores. Now we're going to need to fulfill those orders and send those products to our buyers. Step number 9, we're going to learn how to provide excellent customer service, because after we make orders on our stores, every now and then customers will reach out to us and either ask a simple question. Maybe they'll want to return the product for a refund or replacement, or maybe they just want to reach out and ask something very simple, or maybe even ask for a promotion because they want to buy from your store again. For whatever the reason, we want to provide the best customer service that we can. And that is what we're going to learn in step number 9. And then in step number 10, we're going to keep track and learn to analyze our stores so that we can continue making sales and profit and multiply our success and learn to scale. Those are the 10 steps that we're going to go over in this video, and those are the steps that you need to take to run, build, and maintain a high converting and successful dropshipping business in the clothes and fashion industry. So let's go ahead and begin with step number 1, which is identify a niche. Now, while clothes or fashion is the main general niche here, we're still going to need to narrow that down and find micro niches that are selling well inside this big, vast general niche. For example, you can look for things like women's dresses, winter gloves, gym wear, and so forth. All of these are micro niches inside the fashion and clothes main general niche. Now, the way to do that is with extensive product research. And one of the best things about the dropshipping business model is that you can continue testing products over and over and over and over and over, and keep replacing the slow movers, replace them with new products that you want to test, and of course multiply your success by adding more products that are similar to those that are selling for you. But in the beginning, before you start making sales, you can continue testing new products and replacing those slow movers because you're not investing in any inventory, which is one of the best things about the dropshipping business model. It's very easy to test the market and continue testing more and more until you start finding those that start selling for you. So first, you want to identify a niche by going to suppliers' websites, which I will go over soon, tapping into their clothes and fashion categories and going into those micro categories and checking out what sub niches they have there. Just like I just mentioned before, it can also be hats or scarves or socks, and look for a micro niche and then a micro niche that's really selling well on a certain sock with a certain feature, or underwear, boxer shorts, whatever it may be. Now, we're going to talk about extensive product research soon. So the first step is to identify a niche. Go to your suppliers' websites, see what subcategories they have under the clothes niche, see what is selling really well on your suppliers' websites, and start testing out those products on your website. Now let's talk about step number 2, choose clothing products to sell. Once you identified your niche, like for example, let's say you went with winter gloves, then now you want to go inside the winter gloves subcategory or sub niche and see what type of winter gloves are trending there. For example, are they heated winter gloves? Are they electric, non-electric? What type of fabric or material is it made out of? What types of variations do you have here? Different colors, different sizes, and so forth. And look for something that is trending well. Going through your suppliers' websites is one way to do it, and I'm going to talk about what suppliers you can use soon. But there are many different product research methods, and this is a very important thing to grasp and take control of, because the quality of product research that you're going to do is going to be the end result, whether your products and your store is going to sell or not. So product research, you need to put hours of work on it, and you'll always keep working on product research. Even after automating almost all of your business, product research is something that you want to keep working on, and this is something very important to say. So there are other ways of doing it besides just looking at what's selling on your suppliers' websites. For example, you can also use the internal product research system embedded into the AutoDS system. So if you are an AutoDS member, you have that free product research tool where there you can see thousands and thousands of products from our databases that are selling really well for other dropshippers, and you can try your luck with them too, while also looking for other products that are similar to them so that you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition. Now, there are other methods, other ways of product research. I can't go into all of those methods in this video, so be sure to always check out our YouTube channel at youtube.com/AutoDS. You have the Sell These Now playlist, which we are updating constantly all the time with hot and fresh new trending product ideas. And also, of course, our blog page at autods.com/blog. You can filter the product finding and best sellers category to also read about those products. So it goes together with step number 2, choose clothing products to sell inside that niche that you found in step number 1. Now in step number 3, we have to find a supplier. Now, there are many dropshipping suppliers that you can use. Some are retail suppliers, some are marketplaces, and some are private wholesale suppliers. Either way, there are millions and millions of products, especially closed products, for you to sell and resell, and we're going to talk about these suppliers soon. Step number 4 is choosing a selling platform. As I mentioned, this is where you're going to sell your products on, and the best selling channels that I can recommend for you to work with today are eBay, Shopify, Wix, and Facebook Marketplace. You've also got additional selling channels like WooCommerce, BigCommerce, and so forth, but those are the top selling channels that I would recommend using if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started and you want to be able to build a successful dropshipping store. The main differences between them is that on Shopify and Wix, you're creating your own website from scratch. Even if you have no technical skills, you'll have your own domain name, www.yourstorename.com, and you can list as many products as you want from day one. On the other hand, you don't have any free organic traffic to your store. So as soon as you list products and your store is ready to start selling, you'll need to start using online marketing methods in order to drive traffic to your store, and I'm going to talk about that soon too. Besides that, you also have Facebook Marketplace and eBay, which is really easy to start selling on. For Facebook Marketplace, if you're a US citizen and you have a SSN, social security number, for verification once you reach $599 in sales, you can easily sell on the Facebook Marketplace. There is low to no competition there, and pretty much any bestseller that you list from your supplier's website has a very high chance of selling organically on the Facebook Marketplace. But of course, once again, you need to live in the US, otherwise you will not have the shipping methods available when you list a product, and this way all of the 50 states in the US will not see your listing and you won't be making any sales. So that is the prerequisite for getting started there. And of course, you have eBay. If you haven't started a seller account on eBay yet, I highly advise to check out our YouTube videos and our blog articles on how to dropship on eBay successfully, because eBay is looking at new sellers through a magnifying glass, making sure that you know what you're doing during your first steps. Otherwise, they temporarily suspend your account until you get them on the phone and let them know who you are and answer their questions about your online business. This is usually not a problem, but it's a barrier for many, and you do have to take it step by step with the right knowledge to start dropshipping on eBay. And if you have an eBay account and you already sold on your eBay account before, it'll be much easier for you to get started there. Step number 5, we need to choose an automation software. Now this is where the fun begins. When you'll create your dropshipping store, no matter what selling channel you use, from what I just talked about a minute ago, you're going to have to start listing products from your supplier's websites, those ones that you found from your product research. So if, for example, I found a product and now I want to add it to my store, the manual way of doing it means downloading all of the images on my supplier's website, copying all of the product's information, the titles, the descriptions, the item specifications, and pasting it one by one on my dropshipping store. This can take a while to import each product, and one product can take anywhere between 10 to 20 to even 30 minutes to import, and I'm just talking about one product. What are you going to do once you want to have thousands of products? And another question, what are you going to do once the prices change on your supplier's website and you're selling those products in your store too? You need to have price monitoring and also stock monitoring. If the stock status changes to out of stock on your supplier's websites, you also want it to go out of stock on your dropshipping store so that no one will buy something that you will not be able to fulfill for them. So price and stock monitoring, and of course easy product importing. Using dropshipping automation tools like AutoDS, you will be able to quickly import products from your supplier's websites to your dropshipping stores in just a couple of seconds. And on top of that, you also have automatic order fulfillment, and this is really one of my favorite parts. As soon as an order comes into your dropshipping store, it gets fulfilled automatically by the system. And on top of that, tracking numbers will also be updated automatically, and you'll also enjoy easy one-click returns during the process. And you can do all of this using your buyer accounts or using AutoDS's buyer accounts and letting AutoDS take care of the hard part without using your credit line at the bank. More info on that on the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, so check that out. But this is one of the main reasons why you want to have an automation software. You cannot scale if you're importing each product one by one. You cannot scale if you don't have price and stock monitoring, and you cannot scale if you do not have automatic orders. These are just some of the many features that AutoDS can help you with, along with automation from over 25 dropshipping suppliers and several selling channels to choose from. So don't forget to check that out. Go to AutoDS.com, see all of the features, and understand exactly how this is going to help you scale and succeed with your dropshipping business and not stay limited, making the same amount of low sales and profit every day and wondering what you're doing wrong with your business. So in step number 5, we're gonna sign up with AutoDS and get ready for quick product importing and everything else that I just mentioned. Step number 6, we can now list our products. So let's take a quick example of how this is done. While there are several methods to import your products using AutoDS, like using the one-click importer, the single and multiple product importer, and the bulk importer by a CSV file, which you can easily generate from the AutoDS Chrome extension, which is absolutely free to use. In this case, I'll just show you a quick example of the one-click importer. Let's go to any dropshipping supplier and search for winter gloves. Now let's say we did our product research and we noticed that bundle sets are actually working really well. We'll say that there's a lot of offices or a lot of places around the world that are looking to buy gloves in bulk because they have a whole bunch of students or workers or so forth that they want to supply these gloves to. So this is one of the products that I want to import to my stores. As you see, this is the product page. But what I'm going to do first is download and install that AutoDS Helper extension. So on Google, I'm going to search for AutoDS Helper and click on the Chrome extension link. Then I'm going to click on Add to Chrome. Now, as you can see, it's been added to Chrome. So I'm going to head back to the suppliers page and I'm going to refresh it so I'll see that one-click importer button. So let's just give it a couple of seconds, and right here above the title you can see the import to AutoDS button. Let's pin the extension so that we'll always see it up here, and then I'll click on it, and here I can choose what store I want to import this product to when I'm using this one-click importer. So in this case I'm going to leave it on Shopify Best Shop USA and import it to my Shopify store. So I click on the variant that I want, and now I'm simply going to click on Import to AutoDS. Now, as you can see, the small animation here at the button has begun, which means that the import process has begun to the drafts page of my dropshipping store. And if I head over to the AutoDS platform, it will show up right here in the draft section in just a couple of seconds after it's done. As you can see right here, the draft is being created, and I can click on View Details to track the progress and wait for it to finish. And that is actually how simple it is to get it in the draft section of your store. Once it'll be there, I'll be able to easily optimize the product. For now, let's continue with the step-by-step process. As I mentioned, there are a few methods to import products. That is one of the fastest ways to do it, but there are also different ways to import single products, and there are also fast ways to import thousands or even tens of thousands of products at once, if that's what you want, to your dropshipping store using the AutoDS extension. I will not go over that in this video to keep it as short as possible, but of course, head over to autods.com and check out the features that we have up here and click on Products Importer to learn more about those methods. So now that we finally have products on our stores, the 7th step is to market our store. As I mentioned before, now that your stores are up and running, hardly anyone knows that it exists. Now this is true if you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. But if you listed those products on Facebook Marketplace and eBay, while there are promotion tools using those selling channels, you also have free organic traffic from those selling channels. eBay has a huge customer base, as does Facebook, and as soon as you list a product on your stores, people will be able to see your listing as long as they search for anything similar on those selling platforms. But in other places like Shopify and Wix, you will have to put some money on the side for marketing and use different marketing solutions, different online marketing methods in order to market your store. Let's start with eBay. As I mentioned, while you still have free organic traffic, there are still 2 promotions that work really well on eBay. The first is Promoted Listings, and the second is Promoted Listings Advanced, which is eBay PPC or eBay Pay-Per-Click. And as you can see, you have a link to an article on each and every one of those methods to learn how to do it correctly. So the first one is Promoted Listings, as I just mentioned, and only after that, eBay will deduct that certain percentage that you gave them. For example, you can tell eBay, hey eBay, I'll give you 5% from the product's price if you are able to promote this listing and make a sell from promoting it. And then you can choose all of the products or some of the products that you have in your store. And only after eBay is able to make a sell from making you sponsored, from giving you a sponsored spot on those products, only then they will take out that 5% or whatever you gave them from the transaction fee. The second method for promoting your products on eBay is using eBay PPC Advanced. eBay Advanced Promoted Listings, or eBay Promoted Listings Advanced by the way they call it, and this is just another way of saying PPC or pay-per-click. Once again, you have a full blog article on how to use the PPC campaign with a live example of how I used it on my store, along with all of the advantages and all of the benefits. But do keep in mind, this does mean that you need to have a budget, because every time someone clicks on your ad using this Promoted Listings Advanced PPC feature, you are going to pay eBay a few cents or several cents. So it really depends on how much money you are giving them in order to rank higher than your competitors who are auctioning for the same keywords or for similar keywords. And PPC is something that the biggest marketplaces in the world and the biggest companies in the world are using. For example, Amazon have their own PPC campaigns. You have Facebook PPC campaigns or Facebook ads, same thing with Google, same thing with YouTube and so forth. So this is a relatively new feature in eBay that just rolled out in the previous year, and it's actually working pretty well. So check this out. So check this feature out if you're looking for more ways to promote your products and make more sales on eBay. For Shopify and Wix, you also have PPC methods like running Facebook ads or running Google or YouTube ads. But one of the best ways to start is using Facebook ads, and you can learn how to do this, a full A to Z demonstration using a few different links. One is autods.com/ebooks, and here we have a free ebook that will take you through the 8 steps that you need to take to start, run, and manage successful PPC campaigns. Whether you're dropshipping on Shopify or Wix, it doesn't really matter. It's the same for each platform. And here you're going to learn about the basics of online marketing, how to create your Facebook ads account, installing the Facebook Pixel, how to perform audience research and target the right audiences, how to create Facebook video ads, so how to create videos for your ads, whether you have videos for them or not, how to set your Facebook campaign goals and ad sets, and then how to launch your Facebook ad and how to analyze and optimize your ads once you start seeing results. And the more you test on ads, the more you test on Facebook ads, the better your results will be for the next time you run a new ad. And this is the way to do it. You start slowly and gradually build your way up until you find products that start to sell well. You learn to scale those ads, and you can learn all of that using that free ebook. So once again, that ebook is 100% free. And if you're the type who likes to watch instead of read, you can also head over to autods.com/courses. And here we have a few courses, an eBay, Shopify, and Facebook course. But here I want to talk about the Shopify one, which is once again also relevant for Wix. Here you're learning how to start your own Shopify store from scratch. But what's relevant for Shopify and Wix in this course is the Facebook ads. So if you just scroll down to create, configure, and launch Facebook ads, you can take these lessons. So you got the intro to Facebook ads, and then all of the video lessons, set up a Facebook page, Facebook ads account, the pixel, audience research, and everything else that I talked about. So you can watch all of those videos, once again, 100% for free, and learn how to run and manage successful Facebook PPC campaigns. So this is one of the ways to do it, one of the ways to market your store and market your products and your brand using selling channels like Shopify and Wix. You can also use influencer marketing to get influencers to make a shout out for your product, for your brand, as long as their audience are related to the niche that you are trying to sell. So you need to look for influencers in your niche or who have audiences who are interested in your niche. And the best way to do that is using influencer marketing platforms. So once again, you have the link to that in the article below this video. And here you're going to learn about the best influencer marketing platforms that you can use to spot these influencers and not just create Google searches and look for influencers there, which will be much more challenging for you. So you got these influencer marketing platforms that group all of the relevant influencers in one place. And there you can read reviews about them from other people who hired them, and also check out their audiences and see if they are relevant to your niche. Influencer marketing platforms is another way to market your store when you're dropshipping on places like Shopify and Wix. Another option is by using email marketing. Email marketing is one of the best solutions because it doesn't cost any money to send an email, but what you will need is an email list of thousands of subscribers who are interested in your niche, in your product, and in your brand. The way to get them is by simply offering promotions on your website. For example, you can give anyone who enters your store a certain discount using apps from the Shopify store or from the Wix store. There are even free apps to do this that will simply offer promotion codes for your customers in exchange for their email address. That is one way to obtain your buyers' email addresses, and once you have an email list of a few thousand subscribers, even you can start at a few hundred, but a few thousand will have a positive effect on your marketing campaigns. You can send them email marketing campaigns, show them your products, show what problem this product is solving, and of course give them a certain promotion if they purchase that product. It's all about giving your buyers the feeling that they are getting great discounts when they buy from your store, and in exchange they will give you their email addresses as well as purchase from your store. And once they're happy with the product, they're also going to not only turn into repeat customers but also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. But that also goes along with customer service, which is one of the last topics that we're going to talk about. So learn about the different ways to promote your products. You can also once again learn a lot more from our YouTube channel and from our blog page page, here I'm trying to keep things more simple. And for Facebook Marketplace, once again, you have a lot of free organic traffic like you have on eBay, but there's still a great way to promote your products there. And I have a video that I recorded on that subject, so you can click on promoting our products under the Facebook Marketplace marketing section. And here, as you can see, you'll learn about a great way to promote your products on Facebook by giving your buyers a certain promotion. And this is a great way to promote your products and boost them on Facebook, as well as also sharing your listings in relevant buy and sell groups on Facebook. That doesn't cost any money and it will get you more traffic to your store. Now that we are done with the marketing part of our stores, well, we're not really done. You still have a lot of research and a lot of implementing to do, but all of the information is here for you. Now that we're done marketing our products, we're actually going to start making sales. And this is the part where we need to start fulfilling our orders. Now, the regular way to do it is to simply head over to our supplier's website and purchase the product from there. So for example, let's say that these gloves, which I also imported to my store just a few minutes ago, and as you see here, it's already in my drafts page. So I'm going to get back to this soon. But in any case, let's say that this product sold, and now I need to fulfill this order. So the manual way to do it is by simply adding it to my cart, purchasing the product, and using my customer's address as the shipping location. So this way I'm simply ordering the product and shipping it directly to my buyer without me having to physically see or touch the product myself. This is a dropshipping business model and it works quite well. But in any case, this is the manual way to do it. And once you'll have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 plus orders per day, you will not be able to do this manually. Now, granted, on the one hand, you can hire a virtual assistant, and they're also supported inside the AutoDS system where you can give them certain privileges and not give them access to all of your store at once in the beginning. But in any case, you can use virtual assistants to take care of this process for you. But the easier way to do it is by simply automating your orders. Now, there are two ways to automate your orders on AutoDS. The first one is by using semi-automatic orders, which means AutoDS will go to your supplier's website, and it can be any supplier. It doesn't just have to be this example that you're seeing here. You can simply head over to autods.com/suppliers to see all of the suppliers that we support today in AutoDS in all of these different regions around the world. And here you can enjoy all of the automation settings, including price and stock monitoring, quick product importing, many price automation settings and things like that, which you will learn about once you head over to autods.com and learn about the features. But in any case, you can use all of these suppliers and enjoy the automation settings. One of those automation settings is automatic orders. There's two different types of automatic orders. One is semi-automatic orders, which isn't fully automatic. It's using your buyer accounts, meaning once you get an order, the system will fulfill it for you automatically and send it to your buyer, but it will log into your supplier's website using your login information and your payment settings that are configured inside your buyer account. This means that you're using your own credit card or whatever you have in your supplier's buyer account settings, which means you're using your own credit line at the bank. The second way to do it is using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which works today with US suppliers selling at US dollar currency. With the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, every time you get an order, the system can process it for you automatically, and the order status will change accordingly to the relevant status. And once tracking information is available, it will also be updated automatically on AutoDS and on your selling channel so that your buyers will be able to track the progress. And if you're using suppliers like Amazon who give you AMZL tracking numbers that are not supported on other selling channels, which means your buyers will not be able to track the tracking events of their delivery progress, then with our automated order solution, no matter if it's a semi-automatic or fulfilled by AutoDS, we work with Blue Car Express and Aqualine to convert your tracking numbers and turn them into trackable and supported and readable tracking numbers. So it solves a few problems at once, especially the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which does not use your buyer accounts. So if you want to dropship from places like Amazon, but you know that your buyer account is going to get suspended at one place at one point or another because Amazon doesn't really like the fact that you will be dropshipping from their platform. And by the way, guys, there are many suppliers that you can use. Once again, you don't have to use the retail arbitrage method. You can also work with private wholesale dropshipping suppliers, and soon you'll have enough of them embedded into the product research of the AutoDS system, but more on that in other videos. You can choose whatever supplier you want from this list. Some are super dropshipping friendly, and some are retail marketplaces like Amazon, which you can still utilize using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, because in the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, we're not using your buyer accounts. It's using only AutoDS's buyer accounts, which means you don't have to worry about account locks. You have easy one-click returns, and everything is 100% automated. So learn about all of those features, and I'm going to show you a quick overview of the orders page on AutoDS just so you can see what it looks like. So when an order comes in, it can start in pending or automatically send to auto order depending on what you have in your settings. And once that happens, it'll change to the ordered status with the buy order ID from your supplier's website as soon as the order was fulfilled. And after that, it will turn to shipped with the tracking number available in AutoDS and on your selling channel once there's tracking information available, once again updated automatically, and delivered once it reaches your buyer. So all of this is automated for you. You don't need to do anything. You can sit back, relax, and continue working on product research, customer service, and growing your e-commerce business. Those are the most important things in order for you to keep growing and keep profiting and make it in this business. And like I said, you also have easy one-click returns. Just take an order status, change the status to request a return, and then either you will have a shipping label right next to the order status that you can download and send to your buyers so that they can return the package and get a refund, and then you will be refunded to your managed account balance, which is used to fulfill your orders. Or you will get a return failed if the supplier that you're using does not approve the return for any reason. So once again, 100% automation is the way to go if you really want to make it in the dropshipping business model. Now, once you fulfilled your orders, it's time to provide customer service, because this is when the customers are going to reach out to you. So it should go without saying, but customer service should be number one on your list. Every time a customer reaches out to you, and it doesn't matter where you're selling on, if it's on Facebook, they're going to send you messages through Facebook Messenger. If it's on Shopify or Wix, you can see it in your dashboard or in your email associated with your domain. If it's on eBay, you can simply see it in your eBay messages or in your email address if you have email notifications on. What you want to do here is take care of your buyers, take care of your customers. If they're saying they didn't receive the package, check the tracking information. If they're saying the product is not as described, check with the supplier why this problem occurs, and of course, let them return the item if they are on their 30 or 60-day return period or whatever your supplier is offering. Either way, you want to answer all of your buyers. Don't leave anyone unattended, no matter what the reason is for them to reach out to you. You want to answer all of them and offer them promotion discounts, offer them deals to come back and keep buying from your store. Even if it means you're profiting less, it is good for your business. You want to have as many customers as possible. You want them to be happy with their products. You want other people to see their products so that they will be able to refer their friends and their family to also buy from you and slowly increase and grow your brand. This goes together with providing excellent customer service. We are not here to sell a product only one time to a customer and then say goodbye. We're here to keep them, hold on to them, retarget them, and keep growing our dropshipping businesses. And if you're selling on eBay, you have an easy customer support management system that's embedded inside the system where you can answer all of your customers' messages and reply to cases and more things, like having chat snippets to save all kinds of messages that you're writing to your buyers. And everything looks really nice with a great user interface that looks like a chat window instead of eBay's format of showing you messages, which is not very practical. But that's just another small by the way. Step number 10, the final step for succeeding and continuing to grow with your dropshipping business, is learning how to track whatever is working well for you and track whatever is not working well for you and replace that with what is working well, while always researching for new ways to have things work even more well for you. And let's just clean that up for a second and see exactly what I'm talking about. One great way to analyze your success and learn from it is by using product tags, which you have available once again in AutoDS. And this is a great place to add tags for your products and then later be able to filter only those tags and see how well that certain niche or that certain micro category is working for your store. So here you have a quick screenshot, but let's see an example inside the system. So let's go back to AutoDS, and from the orders, let's go back to our drafts page, because those gloves should be ready by now, or even a long time ago. So here they are right here on our drafts page, using that one-click importing method that I showed you a few minutes ago. Here we have the quick item editor, and here we can completely optimize the product before importing it, which will move it from the drafts to the product section of our store, and then this product will be live on our store and anyone will be able to go in and buy it. But before that, I want the product to look good. So here you can optimize the product's title. So of course you can remove words, you can change them around a little bit, you can search your competition to see what keywords they are using, you can add more relevant, strong used keywords, and once again completely optimize the title and the collection. If you're on Shopify, you also have collections. And here are those tags that I was talking about. So AutoDS already automatically added these tags to this listing: clothing, shoes and jewelry, men's, gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. I would even add women, because it's also for women. And I would add another tag called winter, and we've got gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves. Let's just also add gloves. Okay, so we've got all these tags, and if this product sells, I will see it under any one of these tags, so it'll be very easy to analyze it. And you've got your shipping methods, your item location, price, stock monitoring, automatic ordering. Then you've got the product's description, which once again, you can completely optimize, but this is everything that we had on our supplier's website. So if we go back to the supplier, you see all of this text right here is everything that you are seeing right here. And you can also choose whatever template you want to use. You also have many free templates using AutoDS. And your variations. So here we only imported one variation, but we can grab all of these variations and add them by simply adding their URL. So I can click, for example, on this variation right here, copy it, and then here in the variations, I'm going to click on add variant and also add that variation that I just saw. So I copied the whole URL and it took only the product ID from that URL. The supplier, the region is correct. We're going to click on add variant, and in just a few seconds that variant will also be available here too. But of course you don't have to do it that way. You can simply take all of the product's URL up here, delete this draft and re-add the product using single product or multiple products and adding it here, and it'll also add the variations. I can also do it this way, add it here. As long as in the upload settings, you also told AutoDS that you want to upload the variations, it'll also add all of those variations. So you can use those import methods, you can use the one-click importer, as long as you have it in the settings that you want to also import the variations. So besides that, you also have the product's images, which were once again imported from our supplier, and the item specifications. In this case, there was only one. You can also add as many specifications as you want, and if there were more, it would be written right here. And once we're done, we're going to click on save and import it when we're ready. Now it's going to move from the draft to the product section of my store and once again go live. Now in order to keep track of those products, we're going to head over to the products page, and here you have many filters. As you can see, the import process for that product from the drafts has begun, and in just a few seconds it'll be ready here. But here we can add a filter in our products page. Here's all of the products that are live on my store, on my chosen store here on the left side. You can also have eBay stores, Shopify stores, Facebook, Wix, and sell clothes in any one of those stores, in any one of those selling channels, or even all of them. But anyway, here you have the variations, the date when it was uploaded, the prices, how much we're profiting, where we're getting the product from, where we're selling it on, and so forth. And here on top, we can create a filter, because once you have thousands of products, how will you be able to analyze how those winter gloves are working for you? So here in the filter section, with all of the filters that we have, in this case, we can just search for tag. And here we have the tags option. And here I can choose whatever I want. So I want to see all of my gloves and mittens, cold weather gloves, men, and women products, and click on done. Then you will see whatever you have here. Now, the import process has already finished. So as you can see here, uploaded on April 4, 2022, which is when I'm recording this video. And we have two variations available because I added that extra variation, which was already added. They're both available, they're both in stock. We've got the price range, the profits. Didn't make any sales so far because I just uploaded it. And that is how easy it is to add products to your store and be able to analyze them, or once a certain time passes and you want to look back and analyze and see what's working well, whatever is not working well, and replace whatever is not working well with things that are selling, products that are selling for you, while always testing out more and more niches. That is the way to make it, and that is how to test the market correctly. Now I'm going to zip through the best dropshipping clothing suppliers and the best dropshipping clothing trending niches that you should check out today, but I'm gonna make it quick because this video went on longer than it should, and you have all of the information below this video. So some of the best dropshipping clothes suppliers that you can use today are Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, eBay, and Printful. Now, these aren't the only clothes dropshipping suppliers. You have 21 clothes dropshipping suppliers that you can use today by reading our blog article on the top 21 dropshipping clothes suppliers, but I'm not going to go over that right now. That is what you have the blog articles for. Those are our favorite out of the bunch, with Printful being the only one that is not supported by AutoDS, so you cannot automate your business using Printful. But the good thing about them is that you can run a print-on-demand business, meaning you can have your own customized prints on your t-shirts or on whatever clothing product you're selling, and that way differentiate yourself from the competition even more. But of course, that is not the only way to succeed, and not a good way to scale, since everything is still being done pretty much manually. And for the top clothing categories and niches to sell, you have women's clothing, boutique clothing, dresses, children's clothing, men's clothing, and plus size clothing. All of those niches, all of those 6 niches are actually selling pretty well. And now let's break them down some more, because without breaking it down, we're not going to make it very far. And before I break it down, remember that you cannot sell trademark products. You cannot sell products from big brands that don't want their products being resold. So if it's a company that you heard of before in the past, if it's any big company that you know of, stay away from them. But on the other hand, if you're going to add products through AutoDS, you're going to have an extra layer of protection because we have a huge Vero database, meaning if you're gonna add a product that you are not allowed to resell, the system will let you know, it'll give you a little warning, and from there you can choose if you still want to continue with the import process or move on to the next product and skip that one. So don't sell products that you know that you're not allowed to resell. Besides that, there are more than enough dropshipping friendly suppliers that will be more than happy for you to resell their products. So dropshipping women's clothing, this is an evergreen category, of course, that's selling all year long during the summer, winter, spring, whatever. Women love buying clothes and they love buying clothes online. We had a huge increase in online shopping for women's clothes recently, and this increase is not going to go anywhere, just like the dropshipping business model. So what are some of the best women clothing products that are selling? We've got yoga pants, breathable cotton underwear, and sweater and cardigans. Now let's go to breathable cotton underwear really quick. These products most likely have no return policies because underwear is a sensitive issue, so most suppliers will not allow you to return those products. So make sure you have the right policies set in your store when importing such products. But those are some of the best sellers from the women's side. From wholesale boutique clothing, we've got vintage dresses and designer clothes. Both have huge demand and are selling all year long, all the time. For dropshipping dresses, we've got cocktail dresses, bodycons, and maxi dresses. All three are micro niches from the dress niche, which is also selling, of course, really, really well. And we've got children's clothing. This one is split to waterproof winter gloves, which is a product that many people are buying for their kids, but also for adults, so don't leave that one out. We've got ballet dance dresses, which is something that many girls like to do, and many parents are looking for places to buy such a product. So make sure to see what your suppliers can offer there and add those variations to your store too. And you've got cute pattern socks. Adults also buy cute pattern socks, but this one is better for kids, so let's leave that to them. See what are the best sellers from your suppliers' websites and add enough variations to test out that niche too. And when you're testing out products, do not forget to test out at least 20 to 30 variations from each product idea. So for example, if we're talking about waterproof winter gloves, we're gonna add at least 20 to 30 winter gloves, different variations of them to our store, and kind of test out to see what's getting more views, what's starting to get sales, learn from their features, and then add more similar products to them. But if we're only going to add one winter glove and one dance dress and one cute pattern sock, 99% chance that that product is not going to sell and we will not be able to learn the market from there. Then we've got men's clothing. So some of the best men's clothing products that are selling well are cuff beanies, sweatshirts, and running shorts. Now things like sweatshorts and running shorts are pretty basic, so once again you're going to have to dive deeper down inside those categories and see what is selling well. Look for similarities in features and look for things that are different, and always add enough variations to be able to test each product niche. Then we've got plus size clothing. Usually people who are dropshipping clothing are looking at an audience that are very, very skinny, very petite, and that is not the only target audience that's available that's looking to buy clothes. We've also got plus size, which not a lot of people take into consideration, but now you can. So plus size clothing, we've got fleece jackets and hoodies, patchwork denim jackets, and long tailored blazers, but those are some examples and you can read more about them below. But don't leave out plus size clothing. This is a great selling category with lots of demand. And a few last tips before we wrap this up. Don't forget to work with multiple suppliers. Don't only work with one supplier. And that is for a very good reason. If you're only going to work with one supplier like AliExpress in China and you're only sourcing products from China, then on the one hand, your customers are waiting a long time to get their items, and this is not something that they're looking for. They'd rather pay a few extra bucks and get their product quicker. So in this case, you can also add more suppliers from your target audience's region. Like for example, if you're dropshipping in the UK, then you have more than enough UK suppliers using the methods that I talked about in this video. Same for US, same for Canada, same for Australia, same for New Zealand, same for anywhere else that you want to sell. And this is one of the greatest tips that you can have. You don't only have to target one market, and you don't only have to work with one supplier. With all of this diversity, you can easily differentiate yourself from the competition and move a product that has a lot of competition to a region and from a supplier that doesn't have a lot of competition and rake in those sales too. And of course, if one supplier lets you down, like Chinese holidays means all of your Chinese suppliers will not be able to ship out any product. You don't want your business to die during that time. That is why you want to have alternatives from other places, other regions around the world who can fulfill those orders for you during those times. There is more than enough reasons to work with multiple dropshipping suppliers, and make sure that you add that to your business. I hope that you enjoyed this video on how to dropship clothes the right way. Make sure to take all of these steps into consideration and let me know in the comments below if you have any questions or any comments, and I will personally answer them. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn about your next step in your e-commerce business. Thank you for watching.
Boom! It's another giveaway. This one is awesome. Check out what we're giving away for today's episode. You see this right here? It's hard to see on camera, but this is Rubber Bandits resistance bands, the best resistance bands you'll get anywhere. You're not just going to get this. You're actually going to get a whole bag of resistance bands, attachments, handles, all that stuff for free. We're going to send this to you for free. Here's how you can win a free bag of Rubber Bandits, different resistance levels, resistance bands, and their attachments. Leave a comment in the first 24 hours that we drop this episode. Subscribe to this channel. Turn on your notifications. If we pick your comment as the best comment among all the comments in the first 24 hours, we'll notify you, and then you win that free bag of resistance bands. By the way, the rest of you can get these resistance bands at the Mind Pump store, so you'll see the link right here. So go check that out. Also, one more thing before we start this podcast. We are running a sale on 2 of our most popular workout programs. MAPS Strong and MAPS Powerlift are both 50% off. Go check them out at mapsfitnessproducts.com. Just use the code AugustSpecial with no space for the discount. All right? Enjoy the show. You know, it's a question that we get often that I could totally relate to, and I think would be a good idea to just communicate to. It's the following. Like, what would be a good workout plan if I like to work out every day? Or can I train my body every day and get great results? Or would I get faster results working out every day? So I'd like to address this particular question. I'm sure you guys have seen this.
I love this idea.
Yeah.
I love this idea for an episode. 1, we've never done anything like this before. 2, we have no programs that are designed this way. But the truth is, and I talked about this early on the podcast, that I go to the gym 7 days a week. Right now, I'm not like this. When I was consistently training back when I was competing, I was in the gym 7 days a week. But the thing that I always had to communicate to people is like, 7 days a week in the training doesn't mean that I'm like hammering the weights 7 days a week. You have to modify intensity, and then I would focus on other things. And so I've had a lot of questions about what that looks like. And so building a 7-day routine for the audience and those that actually love going to the gym that often or exercising that often, this will be fun.
Well, I do want to be clear to everybody, just so you know right out the gates, you are going to get a free 7-day-a-week workout program from this episode. So that's what we did. We put it together for you, and we're going to literally lay it out. So by the end of this show, you're going to have a workout, 7-day-a-week workout. Now, here's what's important when you're working out. Actually, well, this is always important with your workouts, but it's especially important if you're devoting this much time to exercise. The programming is key here. It is very easy when you're working out daily to overdo a certain component of your workout, which can cause joint pain, inflammation, or just cause overtraining, or cause too much of a stress response, which will result in your body actually not building muscle, but rather losing muscle and setting itself up for more fat storage. Because when you're stressed, when your body senses too much stress, it wants to protect itself. 2 ways it'll do this. 1 is reduce its caloric requirements, because for most of human history, stress meant we didn't have enough food. And number 2, improve its ability to store more body fat, because body fat is an insurance policy against the most common form of stress for most of human history, which was not having enough food.
The irony is that the more days that you're training in the gym, the more technical or the more challenging running your program is.
Totally.
If you're only lifting 2 to 4 days a week,
more basic.
It is more basic, and you can get away with the routine looking pretty similar. You could get after it the same those 2 to 3 days every time you're training and be okay as far as intensity, as far as what you're training. But you start getting 7 days a weekend, the frequency that you hit the muscle group, the intensity that you do it, the type of training you do every time in there, it gets more and more difficult, which the reason why I find that ironic is that I think people would think that, 7 days a week, the more I train, the more results I'll have, or the better it will be for me. And no, I actually think the more you're in the gym, the more difficult it is to know how to program correctly so that you don't run into what you call the recovery trap, where you're just kind of spinning your wheels all the time.
Yeah, the irony with that is you're in the gym and it's difficult to kind of program that, but on the other end of that, the consistency is something that's a lot easier, because when you break it up throughout the week and you're only there, let's say 2 to 3 times, during the week, it's really the motivation to keep that up, to keep up that routine tends to fall down quite a bit.
Well, this is exactly why I did it. So, and Sal talks about this, right? Sal talks about, his consistency, and like he knows that if I didn't train in the morning, I wouldn't be as consistent as I am. And so he's carved that time off. That's his time. Nothing gets in the way of that. This is what I felt about getting ready for shows was I had to decide, like, this is my time. Like, I had a very strict routine in order to be consistent. And so I didn't like the idea of, a 3 or 4 day a week training program where I've got 3 or 4 days where I'm potentially off or not going to the gym. I needed, I know that every day, and back then it used to be 12.
It's dialed in.
Yeah, 12 to 2, I'm going to the gym. Nothing gets in the way of that. I built all the rest of my life around that time, so nothing got in the way. But I know that I can't go to the gym and train the same way 12 to 2 every single day, but I'm going to go to the gym, and I found that it was easier for me to stay consistent with something like that.
This is, by the way, this is a documented psychological phenomenon. So on one hand, working out every single day means that you have to carve out time every single day. On the other hand, it is easier to stay consistent because it's a daily routine. But your drug manufacturers knew this a long time ago. So, like, for example, old school birth control pills for women, right? They'll take the birth control. This is the old way of doing it. A lot of birth control now has changed. But in the past, they would say, okay, take these birth control pills for X amount of days and then create an artificial period where you go off for 7 days, you get your period, and then you go back on. Here's how they design the birth control pills. You take them every single day.
Yeah,
7 of them
are sugar pills.
Right. Yeah. Why did they do this? It dramatically improved and increased the consistency, because when people went off for 7 days, had to remember to go back on, you would have people messing up their schedules. Now, supplement companies know this as well. There's a reason why supplement companies will often attach their product to a daily routine. Take this in the morning, take this before bed, take this with lunch. Things you do every single day, because you're more likely to be consistent. So working out every day or carving time out every single day for a lot of people is actually easier to stay consistent.
I agree.
Than it would be to only have 3 or 4 days when you could say to yourself, well, I've already worked out twice. I don't think I'll work out tomorrow. Before you know it, it builds up, and now you missed your workouts for the week and you got to start over the following week. So let's talk a little bit about the components of what a 7-day-a-week workout routine would look like. By the way, this routine is designed to maximize muscle building, performance, fat loss. Essentially, this is a routine that's essentially going to train your body to look really good and move really good. And we did it this way because most people watching this are probably in that category. They want to look really good. They want to perform really well. And that's generally most people's goals.
Yeah, it just sort of covers the broad base of, getting that kind of functional strength, also building muscle, but like applying adequate recovery and, implementing that so you have structure for each one of these days.
So I love this too, that we're doing this, because when we started to piece this together, it looks very, very similar to what my 7-day routine is. And the first thing that we kind of agreed on is the first rule that I gave myself. So I knew one of the rules I said was, okay, if I'm going to be in this gym 6 to 7 days a week and I have a big goal, I'm trying to get on stage, do these things, I have to be careful that I don't overdo it. And so I had this hard rule of, like, I would never allow myself more than 2 really hard training days. And by hard, I mean like compound lifts, high intensity type of training.
Yeah, heavy weight going after it.
I wanted to separate those out by a few. Obviously, I wouldn't go hard back-to-back days. I want to give a couple days in between. I want 2 of them are like my intense training sessions where I'm going after the big major lifts. I'm getting after it really hard. And then the other days I'd have to modify around.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think if you're working out every day, 2 days a week, hard is perfect for most people. You want to center it, like Adam said, compound lifts. This is where you do your squats and your bench presses and your rows. This is when your rep range can be between 6 to 12. You're training at, near failure. In other words, your sets, you're taking them to, 2 reps before failure. So it's a very intense working set. You're doing about 1 exercise per body part and about 3 sets per exercise. And typically you'll start with the large body parts and go down to the smaller ones. And as we get through all of these points that we're going to make, I think we'll give you guys more specifics in terms of what that workout's going to look like. Ideally, Adam said this, you want the 2 workouts, the 2 hard workouts, to have some space in between them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So if I were to do a week of this, my 2 hard workouts would be Monday and Thursday, for example. So Monday, hard, heavy workout. Then I do a couple other different workouts, which we'll get into on Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, another hard, heavy workout. So that's the first one. Here's the second piece that I think is very important.
Well, let's address the why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like why not back to back? Why not 3 days in a row of hard, intense lifting?
Yeah. You can definitely do 3 days a week of hard lifting, but not when you're working out 7 days a week also, right? That's just too much for most people. If you're only working out 3 days a week, you could do 3 hard workouts, but not if you're working out every single day.
Yeah, and plus we know what the research says. You talked about this in a recent episode that there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 9 to 20 sets. If you're doing 6 days a week of just based off the math that you just said of how many sets you're doing for that, you're way beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
So you're training the volume that you're training at is way higher than what's needed, and the intensity level that you're potentially going after it in those days is way more than what you need also. So then the body is just trying to recover this entire time
rather than build,
instead of it building and adapting. So that is the reason why, because someone might be going like, well, why? What if I feel good, or why can't I just do 3 days or 4 days of hard training, or just go like that all the time? It's like, again, and you did this really well, Sal, the other day, is like what your body can handle is different than what is optimal for your body.
Right.
So just because you can handle beating it up 3 or 4 days a week doesn't mean that's what's going to give you the most results. And for some reason, it's really tough for people to make that connection.
Yeah, think about the temperature of your house, right? There's an ideal temperature that feels the best, and then there's an extreme heat and cold you can handle.
Tolerate.
Yeah. So like you want to live in a house that you can tolerate the 100 and something degree weather? Of course not. The right dose will get you there the fastest. More than that, that's great that you can handle that. You're not going to get there any faster. At the least, you're just going to get there the same speed and you're just wasting time. But what's more likely is you actually slow down your progress because you're adding more stress to the body that's not necessary. Now, why have the days in between that are other workouts? Because these are hard, heavy workouts. You would like to see yourself progress with strength in these workouts. Back to back doesn't give you enough time typically to give you your body ability to adapt and build some strength. So you want to have that space.
And to that point, that's the reason why the next things that we're going to do in between are going to promote the recovery so that you can even get after it that much harder on Thursday.
Yeah. Now this next one, Justin was adamant on, and we all completely agreed, which is there should be 1 day a week. Your workout should be devoted completely to mobility.
Yeah.
So you should literally do a 1 hour mobility workout. And your goal in this workout is to increase your functional range of motion. So what's functional range of motion? Okay. So range of motion would be like how far someone could lift my leg up to my head. So how far can my hamstring stretch? Functional range of motion is how far can I stretch that hamstring while having strength and connection to it. 2 very different things. Now imagine somebody putting you in a deep stretch. You don't have very much connection to that. If you had to move real quick, you'd probably tear your hamstring or injure yourself. So what we're looking for is functional range of motion, functional mobility. So you own all of these ranges of motion, reduces injury, and maximizes those hard workouts that we talked about earlier.
Right. There's nothing passive about these days. And, to address sort of a misconception that this is sort of allotting a very like easy, nice, relaxing type of a workout. No, this can be something very challenging and intensive. And you're actually you're working completely on a different focus. And that is to be able to really hyper connect to your central nervous system, to be able to have these like secondary type of muscles respond to protect the joints. And so, and also to maintain certain posture and maintain optimal positions in the joints. So that way, when you go back to your compound lifts, you have an increase in performance.
Now, in a perfect world, this mobility day looks very individualized for the people, right? So in a perfect world,
it's impossible to do though with how many people are watching this right now, right?
Exactly. So, and our goal of this episode was to give the audience something tangible that they can go and do themselves and start to apply to see, what kind of results they get from it. So a great place for the audience to go start at is our primeprowebinar.com. It's absolutely free.
That's your workout.
That's right. I take you through 50 minutes, literally follow that routine for this day. So for now, and what's great about that is I pretty much address from the ankle
you
to the
address
neck.
the grossest offenders.
Yeah,
That's right.
You pick the stuff that probably 80 to 90% of people are going to benefit
And that's
from.
why I did it. I figured I'd put together a routine that I knew would benefit damn near everybody that goes through. It'll benefit everybody that goes through it, and some people it'll be tremendously beneficial. Now, as you get better and better at this, or if you're somebody who owns Prime Pro and you understand what mobility things you should be doing, you've already figured out your areas of dysfunction and you know what areas are helping you the most, stick in that. But for the listener who is not familiar with putting together a mobility day and what would that look like, that routine is perfect for you to start. So start with that and follow that for the beginning.
Now, what's good about this is when you follow this routine, because here's the deal with mobility. For most people watching and listening, doing it right is actually quite challenging if you've never done it before. Because what we're used to is stretching. What we're used to is, I'm going through a movement. But intention is so important with mobility work. And it's so valuable to have someone coach you through the mobility movements while you're doing them so you really understand how to make them effective. At primeprowebinar.com, that's exactly what Adam does. He's literally coaching you. So you're watching him and he's coaching you through the movements. So to give you an example, it's like and this is not a mobility movement, I'm using a silly example. Let's say I put my chest in a deep stretch. I have to, with my intention, now that it's in the stretch, connect to the chest, connect to the rhomboids, connect to the rear delt, connect to all the muscles that support that new range of motion so that I own that deeper range of motion. So similarly, what Adam does is he takes you through all these different, very valuable movements, and then he coaches you through the movement. And trust me, okay, this is not like a Sunday stretch session where you're playing music and you're out in the sun, you're relaxing. You're going to sweat.
No, you're going to sweat. It's
You're
gonna
going
be tough.
You're going to feel this. It is a workout, but the goal of the workout is to improve your functional mobility.
Now, I want to sell this to my young audience that's listening that doesn't have joint pain, feels like they move optimally and perfect already, and that are going to want to go, I don't really need that, so I'm going to throw another day of weight training in here. I don't care what and what I want to sell you on is that it isn't just for, improved mobility and movement and joint support, everything that Justin was selling and telling you. It's also going to facilitate recovery.
Yes,
100%.
So it's also going to support that high intensity, heavy compound lifting day that you just did before. This is going to help speed up recovery for you to build more muscle and prepare you for Thursday again to get after it.
Yes, and it's going to make your compound heavy lifts more effective. If you can imagine a point scoring system that's awarded to exercises and ranks them in terms of their value, right? So let's say a squat is 100, right? 100 points, maximum, benefit from a barbell squat. That doesn't mean that you're going to derive 100 points of value from the squat. It only means that that's the max potential of the squat. Now, what determines that potential? Your ability to connect, your ability to move, your range of motion that you have function over. That's what makes that squat worth 100. What makes you better at getting closer to that maximum benefit of the barbell squat? Your functional mobility. So doing these functional mobility days will make your other workouts far more effective. All right, here's the third piece that we think should be included in your workout. You should focus on getting a pump about 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, you're working out in the gym or at home. The goal isn't heavy, high intensity like with the compound lifts. You're not working on functional mobility like with the mobility day. Your goal is to get a pump and add some more volume and frequency while minimizing the damage that you produce to the body, right? Because you don't want to cause too much more damage, but I still want to send a muscle building signal. Yeah. This is where bodybuilding, some of the things you learn in bodybuilding can become, quite valuable.
Yeah, and this is smart because too, in terms of practice and teaching your body, to be able to express that muscle contraction, more frequently, you're going to get better at a lot of these lifts, and your muscles are going to respond accordingly. But not the key is the appropriate amount of intensity, and that's something that we scale through this process, and we're able to kind of focus in on that a little bit more, to the individual groups. So we're a little bit more more single joint focused.
So what this is starting to shape up to look like is Monday we have these hard compound lifts. So this is the day we get after it, the big lifts. We're more strength training focused. Day 2, we've got an hour of mobility that we're doing, which is you follow the Prime Pro. Now, day 3, we're moving into what we would call like a focus type of session where we're doing more isolation type. So this is like cable push downs and bicep curls and lateral raises and a lot of movements like that. Very similar to anybody who's bought or gone through our MAPS aesthetic program. We have what are called focus days that complement the foundational days. The compound lifting that you're doing on Monday, that would represent like our foundational days that we build in most of our programs. What we're talking about right now would be like our focus days where you are. Your rep range, they're higher rep range.
Yeah,
so
15 to 20.
That's right. We're up to 15, 20. We're searching up. The mindset's different now too, right? So when you go into this, it's not the same as when you're going after the 6 rep range and we're doing compound lifts, we're trying to move weight. We're trying to move weight, and the intensity and the focus is completely different. When you go into the isolation days, now it's about getting the pump.
Yeah.
It's about time under tension, controlling it, slowing the repetition down, doing these isolation exercises, and training that way for this entire hour.
Yeah, and I did that this morning, in fact. I came in and my body's feeling a little stiff and I needed to go lighter. And so what you would have seen me doing is I'm going much lighter and I'm doing more isolation exercises. So like instead of doing a heavy bench press, I might do some cable flies. I may do a dumbbell chest press, but light, where I'm focusing on the squeeze, right? So higher reps, lighter weight, focus on getting the pump. And you're doing, again, 1 exercise per body part for about 3 sets. Now, the next day, this one's also very important. And this is what we would call a functional day. So functional exercises tend to involve the entire body, and you tend to move into different planes as you're doing this exercise. What do I mean by planes? Okay, so if I do a curl, I'm moving in one plane, right? I'm not twisting. I'm not, moving behind me. I'm just moving in one plane. Functional movements tend to get you to move in different ways all the way through to get your body to communicate. So to get your upper body to communicate with your lower body, to get your left to communicate with your right, to activate what's called proprioceptive ability. Where's my body in space, right? So like a good example of a functional exercise that would fall in this category would be like a Turkish get-up. You do a Turkish get-up, it's not a shoulder exercise per se. It's not a core exercise per se. It's not a leg exercise per se, although all those muscles are activated and more. But what it's doing is it's getting the whole body to move and communicate together.
And this is important because our joints are capable of so many different angles and has so much range. And if we're not expressing that, then our body starts to sort of downregulate and starts to prune off the abilities that we have. And this is just trying to reinforce, a lot of the capabilities that we already have. So we need to be able to train that and plan that out. So, I can get them to respond appropriately, going back into these regular barbell type lifts.
Well, it also lends itself so well to getting great at the compound lift. So going back to these intense days that are your biggest bang for your buck, or what are probably going to build the most amount of muscle on you, you get really good at a Turkish get up, and you go back and see what your overhead press or what your squats look like. You'll see that movement.
There's carryover.
Yeah, there's carryover to that. And that's why I like movements like the Turkish get up, because in order to articulate that entire movement, it's broken in like 8 parts and components. And you literally, from your toes to your neck, everything is being stimulated. And in order to do it properly and really well, it promotes good shoulder mobility, it promotes good hip mobility, good trunk stability, but the ability to rotate in multiple planes. You have good control through that entire thing. Then you go over and do something that is actually a lot easier as far as the amount of movement that's involved, like a squat, and you'll see how much carryover is into that.
Well, and this is so important because in real life, you're faced with all kinds of like weird, unique angles. And if you're super strong in the gym, that's great. But now that's going to be your hardwired response. So let's say like now you have just a little bit of rotation in there. How does your body respond? It might over-respond the wrong way. And so this is going to help to teach it to support your joints, but also maintain your strength.
And it also makes a lot of sense to structure it this way, where it's like a full functional day in a routine like this, because what I don't want to do, because I just did a focus session, I've already had a heavy compound lifting day. I don't want to tax individual muscles the same way. I want to get a full body workout. I want to promote blood flow. I want to promote recovery. I want to work on control, stability, range of motion, get stronger. All those things are going to come from this functional day, but I'm not going to get my triceps hella sore from a Turkish get up.
No.
Your shoulders are going to get hella sore, or your legs are going to get hella sore from a movement like that.
You're not stressing the muscles as much as you're stressing the communication between the muscles and the movement, which benefits all the other workouts and has value in and of itself. I remember when we first started the podcast, Justin was definitely a very functional, he's still, right, very functional training guy. And he convinced me to give a windmill a try. Now, I've always been able to deadlift a lot of weight, very strong on that exercise. I went to try a deadlift, and I couldn't even get, a windmill, and I couldn't even get in the position. It's like my body didn't know that movement. So I'm like, I got to practice this, right? So I started practicing the windmill, and I got to the point where I could do it with like a 70-pound kettlebell, not a ton of weight, but huge improvement from not being able to do it at all. I was blown away that my deadlift went up. I was stronger in my deadlift. Now, I could break it down and be like, oh, my QL got worked better and things are stretching in my hip. But the reality is when I did my deadlift, I just felt more stable in my lift. And I didn't expect that. I didn't do the windmills to get a better deadlift. I did the windmills because I couldn't do that movement. It kind of freaked me out. But the side effect was I got better at my deadlift. So there's lots of value for muscle building and strength performance. So even if you're not a functional person, you don't really care, you just want to build muscle, one day a week of this, you're going to still touch all the muscles of your body. So you're still sending somewhat of a muscle building signal, but it's going to make your body move better and communicate better with itself. So when you do those other lifts, those heavy lifts that are building muscle, you're just better at them.
And I want to stress this to the audience that this will be new to, is fall in love with the process of improving the movement more than trying to prove that you can do more weight.
Yes.
So just because I'm strong enough to go out there right now and grab a 60 to 100 pound kettlebell and hold that and do a Turkish get up, I know that I won't be able to move through the whole exercise beautifully. And that's the goal on these functional days, is to really improve the movement of it, not necessarily I could do a 100 pound kettlebell when I do a Turkish get up. It's like, yeah, but if it looks like shit, who cares?
Yeah.
So when you do these functional exercises that we're going to lay out for you, the goal is to get great at the movement. So notice that all these days have different mental focus. That's the challenge of 7 days a week. 7 days a week, every time you go in the gym, you got to switch your mindset. It's not always going to be the same. You're not going in with the same mindset all 7 days. Each day you have to kind of change, like, okay, this is the focus today. Today it's all about mobility. It's all about the intention of the movement, and it's about connecting really well and moving controlled and slow. When I'm going after compound lifts, I'm getting after it. I want to move as much weight as I can. When I'm going into these isolation days, when I'm doing more of the pumping exercises, it's about time and attention and control and form and feeling a pump in the muscle. Now I'm on functional day. Functional day is all about the movement. Can I make this movement beautiful? Can I make it look perfect?
Organizing and putting it all together.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean that you can't scale up or progressively overload.
But the goal is the movement.
That's right. Perfect the movement first before you start to add load to it.
Totally. Don't add load to a crappy movement pattern.
Right.
That totally defeats the entire purpose. All right. So this last point that we're going to make is one that now comes from our collective wisdom. Now, I know I use that word to replace the word that, old, because we've been around for a while. But the truth is, we've trained people for decades. We've been working out ourselves for decades. And this last piece is extremely valuable. Don't leave it out. And don't worry, we'll sell to you why it's so valuable. And that's this. 1 day a week, you're going to do a 1 hour hike or walk outside. That's the important part. You got to do it outside. Now, every time I talk about this, here's what fitness fanatics think and then what they say to me. So they think, an hour of activity. I'm going to burn calories. This makes lots of sense. Why do I got to do it outside? It's raining. It's snowing. It's hot. Like, why don't I just do it on the treadmill? Here's why. It's not about the activity. That's nice bonus. But the reality is that it's really about being outside. What about when it's hot or cold or raining? That's going to give you even more value. We now know that challenging your body's ability to deal with the elements strengthens your body's ability to adapt in a general way. So what does that mean?
It's a hormetic stress.
When you're lifting weights or working out, what you're asking your body to do is to adapt, right? If your body didn't adapt, it would be a waste of time to work out. Like, I'm not getting any stronger no matter what I do. Like, okay, why am I doing this, right? Or I'm not strengthening my body, or I'm not burning body fat, right? All of those are adaptations. Your body builds muscle because it's adapting to stress. Your body burns body fat because it's adapting to a particular stimulus. Same thing with improving performance. Your body's ability to handle the elements, to get comfortable in the elements, is an adaptation system. And if that is weak, just like if any other adaptation system in your body is weak, it's going to affect all the other adaptation systems. Now, we have, because modern life is so comfortable, because we have air conditioning, heating, we have atrophied this particular adaptation system. And this isn't just my theory, okay? Look at the studies, for example, that are done on hot and cold therapy. Look at the studies done on saunas. Do you know that regular sauna use, which is just heat, okay, just heat by itself, regular sauna use decreases all-cause mortality by something like 20 or 30%, which is insane. This is regardless of other lifestyle factors. Just that alone. Cold therapy has all the other interesting properties, not to mention the benefit of going out and getting the sun, not to mention the benefit of getting fresh air. And we know this instinctively. How many times have you said to yourself, like, I need to get some fresh air, right? What the hell does that mean? What's the difference between the air outside and the air inside? There's a big difference. So going outside, bearing the elements for an hour, tremendous benefits for health and downstream muscle building, fat loss.
Don't you think that's the why this trend has happened in the last decade or so, of the hot cold plunges and the saunas and the ice baths and the cryotherapy?
We've been removed from it,
right? And don't you think that a lot of the research and studies that are showing all the benefits has a lot to do with that? We now don't do that anymore.
Yes,
I bet you 100 years ago, you wouldn't see the same benefits that we see today. I bet you if we did research on people 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Why would they do that when that's their day to day?
Every day they were fighting the elements like that. And so their body had to adapt, had to get strong to handle all that, where we've been in this cush lifestyle for the last century that we haven't been challenged this way. So then out comes all this research to show, oh my God, look how beneficial the cold plunges, look how beneficial the hot sauna is. Well, I think the reason why those things are so beneficial today is mainly because we've neglected it for so long.
We live in flat, like sterilized environments that don't challenge us at all because we want to make our life easier, right? That's been the whole goal with progress, is to make our lives less challenging. And when we remove the challenge, we're not stimulating the body like we need to, and we're not we're breathing recycled air, we're not getting sunlight, we're not getting a lot of these things that spark and stimulate the body in a certain way that's going to help to protect us when we actually get challenged. So whenever you find yourself feeling like, oh my God, I'm carrying all this stress, but now all of a sudden I'm facing a new variable, how do I respond to that if I'm not training myself to respond to it properly?
By the way, it's not just like training your mental capacity to handle heat or handle cold or handle the elements. Your body actually adapts to be able to handle these things a lot better. Like, I'll never forget as a kid, at the time he was in his 70-something-year-old grandfather visiting from Sicily. He's obviously old, and he's a different old than you see, today. He's an old, like, poor Sicilian old. So he's been around, he's worked hard, right? He comes to visit, and he goes to work with my dad and I. This is when I would help my dad in the summers, and we're mixing cement in the summer, and it's hot, and I'm 15 years old. I work out, I got, I'm spry or whatever, and I'm dying, and my grandfather's whistling while he's mixing cement. And I'm like, this guy is made of something completely different. I remember also spending the night in their home up in Sicily with no air conditioning. He didn't grow up with air conditioning. And these are cement houses. It was sweltering, and he's smoking a cigarette inside. And I'm just dying. I can't believe it, right? I also know I've had friends who've come from different parts of the country. I had a friend who came from Minnesota, and she would, in 62 or 63 degree weather, which for a Californian is freezing, okay? 63 degrees here in San Jose. I'm wearing a sweater and sweats. She was in shorts and a tank top. And I remember asking her, I'm like, aren't you cold? And she's like, it's warm outside. She goes, you have no idea. I grew up in Minnesota. Yeah. My body's adapted to the cold. So your body adapts to these types of things. You can train this in your body. And believe me, when you train your body in a way to adapt to these things, all your other adaptation systems start to follow suit. So your body ability to build muscle, burn body fat, get stronger, actually becomes reinforced and strengthened. So go outside for an hour regardless of the elements.
Now, I want to make a point before we lay out and give exactly what these 7 days are going to look like for the audience, because I have a feeling that this episode will be one of the ones that go viral. Just these types of topics, especially since we're giving away a complete workout.
This is a free MAPS program.
Right. So since we're doing that, I know that this is going to reach a lot of people that have no idea who the hell Mind Pump is. So if you've been listening for a long time, I don't feel I need to convince or explain everything that we just went through. But what I know is if you come across this, someone shares this for the first time you've heard us talk about stuff like that, the biggest mistake or the number one mistake that will be made with this program is wanting to do more.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to, oh, I feel good today, so I'm going to do this now. Or, oh, they had a hiking day, I don't feel like going and doing that, I'm going to do another one of those Mondays.
Or what if I do a 5-hour hike?
Exactly. The idea of this was if we were going to construct a routine that you are training 7 days, an hour at a time, every single day, what type of stuff would I build for a client of mine for optimal results? This is for somebody who's trying to build the most amount of muscle, burn the most amount of body fat, or just be as healthy as they possibly can, strength and longevity wise. This is what that routine would look like. So do not fool yourself and go, oh, well, I'm more this person, so I'm going to do more of those things. Or I'm less of this person, so I'm going to eliminate those one thing. Trust the process, follow this routine for at least 30 days, and watch what happens.
All right, so here's the breakdown. And if you're listening on the podcast, you can write this down. Luckily for you people watching on YouTube, we're going to flash this workout up on the screen so you can literally screenshot it.
Can we put it in the notes, Andrew, too?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it in the notes.
We'll save all these in the notes so someone can literally just kind of copy and paste.
Yeah, and this is literally, we're writing out the workout for you. Okay, so Monday and Thursday are your heavy workouts. Here's what your Monday workout looks like, okay? You're going to start out with barbell squats, then you're going to go to barbell bench press, then you're going to go to barbell rows, barbell overhead press, curls, dumbbell or barbell is fine, skull crushers, slow sit-ups, and calf raises. All of these are for 3 sets. All of them are for 6 to 12 reps. The Thursday workout, so I'm skipping a couple days. That's because we're going to have other workouts in between, but we're talking about the heavy compound lift workouts, right? The Thursday workout is going to look like this. It's going to start with deadlifts. Then you're going to go to incline press, pull-ups, Arnold press, hammer curls, dips, your reverse crunch, and then your calf raise. Again, 3 sets, 6 to 12 reps. The mobility workout, which you're going to follow the Prime Pro webinar, right? So you're going to do this particular mobility workout, and I think we have the mobility workout set up for Saturday, if you were to follow this exactly, is literally go to primeprowebinar.com and have Adam coach you through the workout. After you follow that for 2 or 3 workouts, you'll probably have a good idea on how to do it on your own. But I highly suggest you have him coach you because mobility is probably the most complicated or hard to understand of all these.
And this can
workouts.
be done in the gym and watching it on your phone, or this can be done on your television at home.
You don't need equipment for this.
That's right.
You could do this just on the floor, right? The pump workout. So these are the ones where you're trying to get a pump, 15 to 20 reps, more isolation exercises. Here's Tuesday's pump workout. You start with lunges, you go to dumbbell flies, dumbbell pullovers, then you go to lateral raises, band curls, band press downs, and planks. By the way, resistance bands are excellent for pump workouts. They provide very little damage to the body in comparison to weights or machines, but they still send a very good muscle building signal. Strength athletes use them all the time exactly because of this. I put bands as the trigger session workouts in MAPS Anabolic, which is very popular, specifically because of what I just said. Minimal damage, you still send a muscle building signal, and you get a great pump. Friday is the other pump workout, right? Here are your exercises. Your single leg toe touch, band flies, band rows, band pull apart, band curls, band press downs, and then band side chops, right, for your core. Here's your functional day. So that was the one that we talked about earlier where you're focusing on the movement. Your functional day is going to be Wednesday. You're going to do 3 sets of each of these exercises. The repetitions can be anywhere between 5 to 10. Let's go with Turkish get-ups, windmills, Cossack squats, and then overhead carries. You're going to carry for about 25 to 35 steps, okay? Overhead carry, you put basically a weight over your head extend your arms and do it, down for 25, 35 steps and then back.
We have videos for all this on our YouTube channel, I believe. I don't think there's any exercise that we've said
Everything
yet.
that we're saying
Should all be on YouTube.
It's all going to be there, right? And then here's your go outside. I don't need to break this down for you. Go for a walk or a hike, regardless of the weather. In fact, the more harsh the weather is, of course, be safe. Don't be stupid. So if it's a hurricane, please don't listen to what we said and go go walk out in a hurricane. Be smart, cover yourself up, whatever you need to do. But if the weather's bad or whatever, that's actually part of the value of this. And you're going to do that on Sunday. So that's your Sunday workout.
So 2 things I want to add that'll help the audience out that may not know this, or if you're first time finding us. One of the best ways to find out information that we've already covered, which everything we've talked about in here we've covered, is that when you're on the YouTube channel and or Google, you literally put Mind Pump and then what you have a question about. So if there's an exercise you're unfamiliar with, you don't know the form and technique, put Mind Pump, then that exercise. It'll populate on YouTube. The second question that I know is going to get asked by a lot of people is, how do I choose my weight? I did a video a year or 2 ago about how to choose the right weight for you. We'll do maybe Andrew can post it up right away so somebody or you guys can see that and switch over to the link on that. If that's a question for you, search that to help you figure out where to start. But one thing I want to say about all of this, when you're doing this form, technique, start lighter first, get good at it before you start to scale up the weight.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, real quick overview. Monday, heavy workout. Tuesday, pump workout. Wednesday, functional workout. Thursday, heavy workout again. Friday, pump workout again. Saturday, mobility workout. Sunday, outside workout. By the way, this is the first time we've really created a free program and giving it away on an episode. So it obviously costs you nothing. Copy it. You're gonna see it on the video. You can screenshot it, write it out, follow it. This is your 7-day a week.
Share this with
routine.
your friends and family. Obviously, the more people you can get involved, the better you have accountability wise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to get great results. Look, if you like this information and you want more, you want to learn more from Mind Pump, that's free. Head over to mindpumpfree.com. We have more guides, more information there that can help you with all of your fitness goals and desires. Also,
Kia ora koutou, no mai, haere mai. Greetings and welcome to this EHF live session. Edmund Hillary Fellowship, it's a collective of entrepreneurs, scientists, storytellers, creatives and investor change makers who want to make an impact globally from Aotearoa, New Zealand. And under this session today, you are going to hear from Kate and Harman, and Matthew is going to curate the whole session. It's a 90-minute session. But firstly, these are informal sessions and they're planned in a way that when you leave here after the 90 minutes, you feel you know the fellows and our guest speakers on a personal level, and you can understand what they're trying to do here in New Zealand, and that then you can connect with them directly afterwards. The recording will be on our website for you to download and watch and to send on to other people. So stay muted while the conversation's going, and then Matthew can curate some Q&A, and you can also put comments and questions in the chat as we're going along. Over to you, Matthew.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thank you so much for hosting this space. I'm just going to open us with a quick karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunama umoana, ki hararara ma tātou I te ranginai, aroha atu aroha mai, tātou I ai tātou katoa, hi u taike. Basically, that's just saying, may peace be widespread, may the sea be like a greenstone, a pathway for us all to stay. Let us show and respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. And I like to open up with that karakia really simply because of the fact that, you know, I think climate and biodiversity is something that we're all dealing with as individuals. And in particular, it's hard sometimes to understand the work Harman and I are doing, but it really is about water security at the end of the day, because it is such the lifeblood of the way that we live. You know, we talk about the divine principle of the amount of water that's made up in the world is almost identical to the amount of water that's made up in the body. And so, you know, today I will give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover, and then we'll kind of jump straight into it. So can everybody see my screen? If you're muted, then I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, so we'll start with some introductions. We're really privileged to have a foreword by Owen Gaffney, who is also part of the fellowship. I'll take some time to set the context, and from there, Kate's going to cover off really what our commitment is to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. We're going to cover off the planetary accounting network and the work that Kate's doing, and recontextualizing for us, I guess from Harman and I's perspective, and why we're so interested in planetary accounting, is that we have looked at climate from the perspective of waste and carbon, but really it's so much more important than that when you look at the planetary accounting boundaries. And Kate has created a framework that actually allows us to bring that down to a project level. And from there, what we're going to do is apply some of that work, of her work, to a practical example, looking at both what is the status quo and what does a circular system look like. And at that point in time, Harman's going to take us through what does it look like to build, I guess, an integrated waste treatment system that's fully circular at a regional level, and looking at examples around agriculture and around how by collaborating and opening up our discussions across industry verticals and across councils, we can actually look at climate change holistically in a region. From there, we're going to go into a question time, and we'll do an experiment. Hopefully people are kind of familiar with Miro now that we've been in the pandemic, and we'll get to do some interaction, and then cover off kind of how we want to work with us before just closing karakia. So that will be the overview for today. And into introductions. Dr. Kate Meyer, we first came across Kate's work when we were looking at the incredible work that she'd done at Becker as head of sustainability there. And Harman and I were fortunate to meet Kate inside of the Creative Accelerator Climate Exchange acceleration program that's just ended. And from there, we realized like how much her work was relevant to what we were doing. And then my co-founder Haman, we met at the beginning of his EHF journey, and he's now based in Christchurch, New Zealand. Has moved here with his family and 2 daughters. Just absolute privilege to be able to work with him and on this journey. And myself, Matthew Jackson, toko ingoa, no koe aho e waihara keke te waipunama o Aotearoa, ko Waikato te awa e maha nei aku maraharara, ko Tungaringo te maunga e te rai e taku nakau, e mihi ana kina toto kina toho nehe tamiki makare e wai anaho anu. I was born in Blenheim, which is where we're going to be building a demonstration plant just a little bit to the side of that in Nelson. My heart cries because of the challenges we're seeing with Waikato River at the moment. And much like Kate loves her time on a mountain, Tongariro is where I love to snowboard and love my time, but now I respect the place I live in, which is Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland. So with that, I'm just going to share my screen again and let us open the space with a foreword from Owen Gaffney. Owen is he has been involved in creating the planetary boundary guidelines, works at the Stockholm Resilience Centre. He's also oh my gosh, I can't even recall the number of things that he's involved with when it comes to communications around climate change. But he's on the Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Global Commons Alliance. So a bit of a mouthful, but it's incredible the work that he's doing, and we're just really privileged to have him be involved in providing a forward. So I'll share my screen and let's see if we can get that up.
Action.
Hey, hi there, Kate. Hi there, Matthew. Hi, everyone at EHF. Wonderful to be here. So it's been 13 years since the publication of the Planetary Boundaries Framework back in 2009, which was a landmark achievement. For the first time, we had an Earth system framework for a stable operating system for humanity, for civilization, a stable operating system for humanity, and that we know that for the previous 10,000 years, that's been the only state we know that civilization can thrive. And what's interesting about the boundaries framework is that it wasn't a single boundary identified, it wasn't 1,000 boundaries identified, it was 9 boundaries identified as the key priorities for humanity. But then, as it was published, we also announced that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries related to climate change, biodiversity and biogeochemical cycles, our use of phosphorus and nitrogen in agriculture mainly. Since 2009, the boundaries has been updated in a full boundaries assessment updated in 2015. And there we showed that in fact a 4th boundary had been crossed relating to land use, particularly deforestation. And now here in 2022, 2 new papers have emerged announcing that we've crossed 2 more boundaries, one for novel entities, chemical pollution, plastics, and the second for water use, for soil moisture, as the water cycle is changing as a result of human activity. So there we have it. So we have 9 planetary boundaries. We've now transgressed 6 of those boundaries. We're in the danger area. This is now a priority for humanity to come back within a safe operating space, which is why it is so important that we work to downscale the boundaries at national levels, at regional levels, and at the level for companies and businesses to operate within boundaries. This is why the work being done with the on any downscaling is absolutely critically important. It's some of the most important work being done on Earth today. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about you, but when Owen sent that through to me this morning, I was just a little bit shocked, right? And kind of in terms of the context setting for today's session, the not, Owen was referring to the fact that now novel entities and biogeological flows of kind of are crossing these boundaries, then that land system change is just kind of becoming out of control. And when you look at what's happening in our media, what we're asking the question of is, well, look, ultimately, who is going to be paying the cost for that change, and how do we actually create new systems, both to procure different outcomes, but also from a new economic framework, not have a direct impact on all of our economy in a way that will bankrupt our ratepayers. Right now, the reality is it's affecting everybody, and where Haman and our team member Marcus is based, we're seeing major political issues when it comes to kind of the use of infrastructure, and really what we're trying to say is that from a circular perspective, if we cross over boundaries and start to look from a procurement lens on all of the planetary boundary guidelines, we'll start to look at different solutions. And in the case of Canterbury, we can see that they're dealing with issues around odor, they're dealing with issues around the capital cost of new infrastructure, the emissions liability, and across the country, we need to transition to more clean and green energy, right? But at the same time, we're facing major problems in our primary sector, right? We're seeing this agricultural greenhouse gas footprint is now becoming something that's really relevant for and is actually going to start costing farmers over the next 3 or 4 years. We have a major mental health issue with our farmers who have been criticized and scapegoated, but actually some of the most land-loving people that I've ever met. But we are seeing nitrates in our water harming public health, and expecting new water regulation and the consolidation of water infrastructure to make a huge difference on the way that we're managing infrastructure in New Zealand. Because actually we've seen major issues when it comes to the discharge and the management of our wastewater systems in New Zealand as well. And really seeing significant blowouts in regional budgets when it comes to renewal of infrastructure, of building infrastructure. But when it comes to building that infrastructure, we're still building it based on what we would consider last generation or industrial generation systems. And so really, we are facing a crisis that we're going to need to think differently about the way that we build new systems, and what consequence that will have. So today we're going to talk a little bit to Kate about how she sees, or what her worldview is when it comes to actually looking at systems, not looking at them just from a climate lens and a carbon perspective, but actually what it's a more holistic way of looking at how do we solve climate when it takes into consideration biodiversity. And I think that's more than enough for me. Actually, the stars of the show here today are Kate and Haman, and I'd love to hand over to Kate to start to take us through a little bit about the Planetary Accounting Network.
Thanks, Matthew. Just trying to find my unmute button and share my screen. Kia ora tato. It's really nice to have been invited by Matthew to come along and take part in this kōrero today. I guess just reflecting on that video, it's nothing new, that I operate in this planetary accounting space full-time, planetary boundary space full-time. But I have to say that just hearing that update from Owen it was a little bit emotional, actually. I think every time I kind of go back and update slides that are more than a year or so old, the dial has shifted so fast that it's quite alarming. And actually, I was chatting to my 8-year-old about it a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Mum, I don't want to be a planetary accountant when I grow up, because it's just really depressing. And I think, while I try to, I think we all need to just maintain a really forward-looking attitude. It does sometimes actually get to me like that, and that was one of those moments. But really cool that he sent that through for us. I just want to, I guess, start today by sharing this whakatauki, Te Porahita o Te Putaia, which means the life circle of the environment. And so it goes, Kia tō te rangi Māori o te rangi e tuiho nei, o Papatūānuku e takato nei, o te taia o e awhi nei, ki ranga i a tātou tihe wā Moriora. And what it sort of, the meaning translates to say that it's really only when the spiritual world and the heavens and the physical world are brought together by the active participation of the kaitiaki, of the guardians, can there be true peace and well-being. And I guess that's really the basis for all the work that I do. You know, I think I was talking to an incredible lady last week from Ngāti Toa when I was up in Wellington for the accelerator program, and she was talking about her ancestors who were so in touch with the environment that they could accurately predict the weather about 3 years out. Not 3 years, that would be amazing, but 3 weeks, which is still pretty incredible. I live in Wanaka, and as Matthew alluded to, I'm a pretty keen skier, and I don't even trust the weather forecast a day out, you know, that we're doing with these, you know, quite advanced computer models. And, you know, I think the problem with this whakatauki is that it's really true that we can only sort of succeed if we can all participate in that kaitiaki and that guardianship. But actually, that's very difficult to do these days. Life has become so removed from the environment. You know, our clothes arrive in buildings on hangers. You know, we go into air-conditioned sheds or supermarkets to get our food. And so although I think there's this huge drive, you know, from consumers and businesses to shift the dial and move into that sustainability space, it's actually really difficult to do that. I think there are two major problems. I think the first is that many people are still very focused on climate and actually don't even understand that full perspective of the planetary boundaries. But then even for those that do understand it, actually, they don't have the tools to do anything about it. As Matthew mentioned, I was the sustainability director at Becker until recently, and so I spent a lot of time speaking with business leaders over the past few years about their sustainability aspirations and challenges. And you know, the message is really consistent: is that they're really struggling to make the right decisions, and also they're terrified of kind of coming out and talking about sustainability because there's this huge movement in businesses being accused of greenwashing by making sort of unsubstantiated claims. I've also spent a lot of time talking to central and local government, mostly in New Zealand over the past couple of years, but it's really similar. They're also struggling, and from that perspective, it's really how to prioritise and take a really systemic view of the problem. There's, I think, becoming more and more clarity that that's what's needed, but it's really difficult to do. And actually, you know, I was just chatting to some of the sustainability leads at Dunedin last week, and they said, you know, it's so hard because we want to do this, but then we're like, well, what if there are unintended consequences, and how can we really understand what the outcomes of the different decisions we make are going to be? And then, you know, speaking to consumers, and I've actually run some really interesting focus groups with consumers quite recently, and for them it's, you know, they're motivated to make better choices, but actually it's really hard to do that, and they're really concerned that, you know, they don't feel enabled to take action, but they're not seeing businesses or governments move at the pace that's needed. And so there's, you know, this sort of three different sort of player groups, if you like, all facing these really big challenges. And I think from my perspective, you know, I've been working in the sustainability space for about 15 years, and really as soon as I started working in that space, I was like, man, you know, what I've learned about sustainability through the science and what we're seeing people do in reality is just not really related at all. And I was, you know, really quite concerned about that, and I actually started tinkering around in my spare time trying to create a little tool that would help to address this. But actually, you know, the problem is huge. It's a huge gap and a really complex problem. And so in 2013, I left my job as a sustainable building designer and started to say, well, what could we actually do about this in real terms? And almost immediately landed on the Planetary Boundaries framework. And, it was that, somebody's actually, put the numbers around this. My background is engineering, and I love numbers. And I think at that stage felt like if we could just quantify sustainability, we'd all be okay. And, and then, I guess it just emphasizes that disconnect that the Planetary Boundaries was published in 2009. And it wasn't until I actually went from the business world into the academic world that I heard of them, because it was such an exciting thing for me to say, okay, well, we've quantified it, so now what do we do? And I think the Planetary Boundaries work is perhaps the most important sort of publication that there is, because it really sets out the challenge very clearly. We need to respect these 9 priority areas if we want to avoid, fundamentally changing the planet. The problem is that this is an incredibly important health check, but it actually doesn't really help to unpick what to do about it. And so, and Owen talking about, this downscaling, there's a need to take these from that global scale and say, okay, well, what do we do about it? And I think the best way to sort of understand that challenge is to imagine you were going to visit the doctor. And the doctor would, measure your heart rate and your blood pressure and weigh you. And then, imagine if she turned to you and shook her head and said, oh, it's very bad news. You're obese. Your blood pressure's through the roof. You have tachycardia. And then said, okay, thank you, have a nice day, and sent you out the room. And I think, the Planetary Boundaries is that health check. It says, we have a really big problem, and this is where the problem is, and here are our focus areas. And so what I set out to do once I discovered it is to say, well, okay, so what is the prescription? What are the tangible actions that we need to do so that we can translate that to the scales that we actually make decisions? Because I'd say nobody in the world is making decisions at that global scale. And so I came up with a framework that I called Planetary Accounting that helps people to determine what they can do to play their role in returning us to within the planetary boundaries. And so it works at every different scale, addressing that business level, those government levels, and those individual levels. And so I was working on this, and then I thought, man, this is pretty neat. I think this could be amazing, but who am I to try and translate this incredible global framework that was developed by all these incredible scientists? And so I actually started calling them up and said, I'd like to come and visit you and get your input on this framework. And there was such a positive response from the global scientific community. It was actually blew my mind how warm and welcoming everybody was. And so my husband quit his job, and we packed our children into a caravan, and we spent a whole year traveling around Europe to go and visit all of these incredible scientists. And so I got to spend a couple of weeks with Will Steffen and Johan Rockstrom, sat in Johan Rockstrom's office for a few days working, and so got to be a fly on the wall for some meetings. And man, he's a pretty incredible person, but also took the framework around social scientists. Catherine Richardson at DTU, who's also one of the lead authors of Planetary Boundaries, the Water Footprint Network, Nitrogen Footprint Group, to really make sure that it was really scientifically rigorous what we were doing, but also that it was really connected into the social sciences around behaviour change and how you can actually, take science and put it into action with businesses and governments and people. So the way that it works is it basically translates the outcomes of the planetary boundaries into global budgets. Now it looks really nice and simple with a little pink arrow, as if that was a kind of a linear translation. In behind there is a pretty complex diagram of chaos. But what it means is that there are these global budgets and environmental currencies that we can use, a little bit like carbon accounting with science-based carbon accounting. So like carbon accounting, we can say, look, we want to avoid global warming of 1.5 degrees. And so here's a global budget, and then we can start sharing it up and we can look at the carbon footprint of a product or a project or a company or a person and compare that with those global limits. Planetary accounting lets you take that approach across all of the planetary boundaries. And so I guess for those of you who don't sort of sit in the environmental accounting space, there's two reasons that that planetary accounting really is a bit game changing. What you can do at the moment is you can either do something like a life cycle assessment, or you might have heard of environmental product disclosures, where you get a whole host of complex environmental data and lots of complicated metrics, but there's no context. And actually, to be honest, you really frankly need a PhD in environmental accounting to even understand it at face value. Even with that, there's no context to say, are these numbers good or bad? You can only compare them to, is it better than another product? Or you can get quite good context around carbon, but then you get a really narrow lens for decision making. And so planetary accounting simplifies that broader environmental data and puts the context around it so that it can be as straightforward as carbon accounting, but with that holistic planetary lens. I'm not going to speak to this slide in a lot of detail. I'm just going to whiz through it, but basically just to give you an idea of the variety of things that you could do with it. You could take the Paris Agreement negotiations and expand them to biodiversity and all of these other indicators. There's actually a report called the Safe Operating Space for Aotearoa that translates the planetary boundaries to New Zealand, and it sends a message that we're well beyond them, which is no surprise. But planetary accounting would help to inform roadmaps for national action plans, or future scenarios and roadmaps at city or regional level. We're doing some neat work around some complex systems like global food models. How would you meet nutritional needs within the planet's limits? You could put financial value against each of those currencies. You can use it for sustainable product design, for corporate science-based targets that go beyond carbon, really to look at the impacts of local action. And we're doing a really neat program called Planetary Facts that I'll tell you a little bit more about later on. But the neat thing about it is that it isn't just able to operate at these different levels, but it actually brings them all together so that what we can do at these really big, national and international scales can connect up with some of that local action, and we're all sort of pushing the dial in the same direction. I'm going to pause here and pass on to Herman, who is going to share a bit of a case study, which I'm quite excited to see because I haven't seen where this has got to. So over to you, Herman.
Thank you so much, Kate. And I'm going to take some help from my colleague Matthew here. So Matthew, if you could just share screen, then I could jump into it. Right, so the fascinating thing about the work that Kate's been doing is when we were engineering a solution, there were some things that we knew intuitively, but which we struggled to quantify. And today we can look at the work that we're doing with the filter of the planetary accounting network based on the planetary boundaries, and begin to recognize what those impacts are. And this is important because it then helps us to recognize what are the practical interventions, both from an operational perspective, from arguably a political perspective, and an engineering perspective, can be done to devise a solution that is hopefully a little better and has less of a negative impact on our natural world. So as a starting point, we look at a farm, and this makes sense contextually in New Zealand because the primary sector is one of the largest generators of employment and also a key part of New Zealand's exports. But that being said, also the single largest emitter. So definitely a sensitive industry to be speaking about, but I thought a worthwhile place to start. So if we look at the left of this farm system, we see that we have inputs that go into a farm, primarily in the form of fertilizer and water. Rathi, if you could reduce that screen a little bit, please. Zoom out slightly. And so there's water and fertilizer that goes into a farm. But when we look at what's happening before the time that fertilizer gets to the farm gate, we see that there is mining for minerals and fossil fuel. And mining as an activity obviously has an impact on land use. It leads to land use change, it causes toxic waste. These are, I think, what in the planetary accounting framework are referred to as novel entities. There's also a negative environmental footprint from the combustion of fossil fuel, but I think that's a concept everyone understands really well. The parts that we're beginning to struggle with are the way we farm today, and that's not just New Zealand, but around the world. Industrial agriculture also leads to a depletion in soil quality. It leads to a degradation in the ability for soil to provide nutrients to plants. It depletes the ability of cohabiting microorganisms in their ability to keep soil healthy. So that could also be quantified as a biodiversity loss. And the tragedy of all of this is the typical human response then is to use even more fertilizer and more water to solubilize this, to add it to soil, in the belief that that is what will lead to a consistent or a higher crop yield. But that isn't true. And then you have the flow-on effects out of farm, which are now understood in terms of the nitrogen use, the phosphorus use, and also the waste that are produced by primary industry. There's also, within a regional framework, the need for these farms to send their produce to cities. And these cities then have requirements of infrastructure all their own. And here, typically, what we'll find is that there is green waste infrastructure, there are wastewater treatment plants, there's an energy requirement of a council to operate these facilities. And there's obviously a footprint associated with this energy use. And this is, again, has an impact in terms of essentially greenhouse gas emissions. And those can be found either in terms of the actual emissions from the waste that goes to landfill, but also in the energy use to manage and operate such systems. So this is business as usual. This is what happens on a day-to-day business, this on a day-to-day functioning of the way we live. But when we look at it in the context of planetary boundaries, we begin to see that these impacts are now felt on the local ecology. There is water use, there is a decrease in biodiversity, there is an increase in emissions. These emissions are both in the form of carbon dioxide, which we understand conventionally, but also in the form of methane and nitrous oxide, which have significantly higher global warming potential as compared to carbon dioxide. And there's also the persistence of these novel entities that are created either through the direct use of these products or in the manufacturing processes to create these products that linger within our natural environment for unimaginably long periods of time. So this is business as usual. This is what is happening in the 21st century. And while the problem statement isn't new, and while it's great to apply the planetary boundaries as a guideline to inform what we do, the question we often get asked is, well, what can we do? It's all about the economy, stupid. And that's the part which we've begun to recognize is something that we're all struggling with. So there is business as usual. There's everything that we know conventionally. There are the entire systems that are set up, everything that we're familiar with. And while we're cognizant of the fact that our current way of life is not sustainable, we often grapple with what a potential solution could look like. So here we've taken a stab at it. It's something that we're seeking to do in New Zealand. It is what has essentially brought me to New Zealand as an Edmund Hillary Fellow, in the hopes that we can create an alternative means and a method of dealing with our organic waste, particularly, such that we might form one small part of a solution that enables us then to live within the planetary boundaries, right? So in such a system, what we perceive it to be, now that's our logo at the top, but that is what we're using as a placeholder for an integrated waste treatment plant, or an IWTP. So as the name suggests, what an IWTP does is it processes all the organic wastes that are available within a region. Now, while I won't delve too much into the technology of this IWTP and how it works, what it seeks to do essentially is utilize a conventionally well understood process of biomethanation, but with a little bit of operational and systems engineering that allows it to deal with the vagaries in the supply chain of biomass or available organics, and also with changing weather conditions, such that there is a slightly more consistent level of operation. Now, such a system, what it does is the inputs to this integrated waste treatment plant come both from the city level, which includes the likes of the green waste and the wastewater sludge that comes from councils, but also the waste from farm, which includes manure, which includes crop residues, which includes some degree of spoilage of produce, and also significantly from the primary sector, a large part of the waste that the primary sector generates. So examples of this in New Zealand would be dairy processing sludge. It would be offal from meatworks. It's things like mussel shells and fish heads, and in some cases, entire fish that don't meet human consumption standards. It includes crop residues, of which a significant quantity is burnt every year. So all of this then gets sent to the IWTP in the region. And here it is about what is locally available, because again, we recognize that there is an environmental cost associated with the transport. So we would like to minimize this as far as possible. And all these inputs go to an IWTP. And like I said at the start, it works in a conventional biomethanation process, but it puts out essentially energy and a digestate. And this digestate is, in essence, the nutrients that are required on farm. However, since this is organic in nature, and it also contains what we would call good microbes, these seek to address the imbalances that have been created in our natural systems, help to restore organic carbon in soil, help to create a healthy environment for other microorganisms and other smaller creatures to migrate back to soil, and also reduce the amount of water use on farm. And so here what we begin to see is that we can, with a slightly more considerate approach, be sensitive to our local environment and start living within the planetary boundaries, while still meeting the requirements that we have in terms of managing our organic waste, ensuring public health metrics are met. ensuring that we have potable water supply. And without an overreach in terms of what we can achieve through some fantastical technological intervention to do something that will suddenly save us because technology is going so fast. That, I think, is a fallacy. It's important to call that out. It's what the Planetary Accounting Network and the Planetary Boundary Guidelines serve to show us is that we need to engineer the way we live to comply with what the biophysical limits of the earth are. And through such, what on the face of it seems like a simple intervention, we can collapse the need to send any of our waste to landfill. We avoid the emissions associated from the landfill itself. We avoid the emissions associated with the transport of waste to landfill. And we avoid the wasteful practice of intensive mining that is required to support the kind of industrial agriculture that we take for granted as a way of life today. And this is a rather simple example. In terms of realistically what is happening in New Zealand, some of you may be aware, some of you might not, but there are several regions in New Zealand where waste is transported over 300 or 400 kilometers to a landfill in another region. And that's because some region somewhere has consented the use of a landfill and another region elsewhere has not. And so therefore, the only option then is to transport waste from one region to another, to dump it into a hole in the ground. Tragically, that's going to make no real impact on what it means for the council that's sending its waste elsewhere, but it just speaks to the NIMBY or the not in my backyard culture that is so pervasive across the globe, really. With that, we can now look at perhaps taking any questions that the audience may have. If there are any specifics that anybody would like to ask Kate or Matthew or myself, then we're happy to answer these.
Can I, so I'm just going to do a small experiment, Kate and Haman. Thank you so much for that talk. I am going to share the Miro board in the chat, and I'm taking a risk, but you know, we're living on you know, in this environment where we have to operate digitally. So I'd love it if we could get some interaction here. And I highly encourage you to participate by clicking on this link that I've just shared with everybody. Now, I'll give you another one just in case that one doesn't work. All right, so share screen. One of the things that happens in these spaces is that there's so many people, but so many questions. And what I'd really love to do is to see if there's any groups of questions. Okay, so I am unlocking a little question board down here that you should be able to see now. And if you can see my screen, you can see you can grab these little question marks and you can go and drop them onto the board. So what I'd really like is if you can grab your question marks and drop them into the location that you have a question or a challenge or something that you're interested in for us to talk about, and we'll start to see whether there's any groups there, okay? And my request is that we do this for 2 minutes and you've got 3 question marks. So yeah, let's get to it. Great to see some visiting artists. I'm going to stop that share for the time being and go back to conversations and take some inspiration from Rochelle, who has been at the beginning of this was very good at curating a listening space. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, apart from referring back to Dallas, who was the one that curated the bookshelf in the background around a lightning talk that she had to do the other night, where she was doing some code training with somebody, and they their slides messed up. They're like, hey, can you throw up a lightning talk? And she ended up doing off the cuff a lightning talk on the New Zealand and Ireland rugby game, coaching government employees in Singapore around how to use agility. So yeah, I don't know, I have to learn something from the way that she was able to masterfully interlude and take on the lightning talk so quickly. I can see in the background still some movement going, so I'll give it another 30 seconds. Oh, I may not have dropped or locked all of the boards. Sometimes these experiments go well, sometimes they don't. Don't worry if you break anything, guys. It's all fixable. Okay, are we seeing any trends yet? So we've got some questions around sludge. Okay, I'm going to bring that board up and share screen for a second, and then get us back into this talk. Okay, so from what I can tell, looks like we've got questions around nutrients, wastewater sludge, and actually more questions about the technology. Does anybody want to come off mute and ask the question about the technology that they were interested in?
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Hi, kia ora, I'm Nikki Solomon. My question is the technology that is being suggested here anaerobic digestion or something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so I guess then my question is, obviously, you know, there are projects happening around the place that are including anaerobic digestion. So I guess my question is, are we talking about anaerobic digestion but assessed more holistically within the planetary accounting framework, or are we talking about a next generation anaerobic digestion, or I guess what's different is kind of my question.
Yes, fantastic question, Nikki, thank you. So what's different is, yes, there is a risk that we end up trying to create bioenergy solutions at a very large scale, which is what has typically happened in other parts of the world. And then they become dependent on certain market interventions, and those don't necessarily lead to the desired outcomes. For us, the desired outcome at a primary level is to address the organics part of the story. So looking at it as the first lens is in terms of waste minimization, but also in terms of emissions reduction. And then thirdly, also in terms of the nutrient return to natural living systems. In terms of what's different technologically, I can't divulge much, but it's simple and interventions essentially to address the challenges around very large scale anaerobic digesters, which then typically can work on only one type of feedstock and are then sensitive to any changes to the digestive environment, either in form of a contaminant or a reduction in supply. So here it's about building it to a minimum viable size. So how small can you go? That's one. Second, to address the variability, can you process more than one feedstock? So you can process different types of organics in a single system. Does that answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And sorry, I should have, I don't want to take too much time, but just quickly to explain the context, I'm leading a program initiative in Hawke's Bay, which is about bringing food producers, more manufacturers than growers, but probably we have to expand the scope, together to collaborate around sustainability, particularly value from waste. And so bioenergy is kind of on the radar, obviously, but the complexities that you guys have identified are kind of where I think we get stuck. So yeah, I'd be really keen to pick up the conversation subsequent rather than taking your time now, but thank you, that's a great answer.
Thank you, Nikki. We'll be in touch. Any more questions?
So any more questions on technology? There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that put something there. So is there anybody else that would like to ask a question on that prior to moving off to looking at sludge or nutrients?
Hi, Tony Moore, Christchurch City Council. Just a real quick question. You've obviously proposed, you've got a new technology or solution there, and I just wonder if you could share where it's being used and what the results have been. So is it actually built, in play, running, operating, and how that's going?
Yes. Hi, so we're currently in the process of building our first technology demonstrator for a council in New Zealand. I don't know if I'm at liberty to name names. I'd probably defer to Matthew for that. But yes, we're building our first technology demonstrator in New Zealand as we speak.
Yeah, I'm happy to cover that as well. Hey, thanks, Tony. That's a really good question. It is also one of the challenges that we have and why we're trying to apply a new lens to this, because we found over the last 12 months to try to address climate change conversations inside of council is actually quite difficult through what we would consider the RFP process. So while we're looking at anaerobic digestion in New Zealand, it actually hasn't had a big uptake because of the fact that the perceived return on investment is very low. So we don't see anaerobic digestion in industry because of the fact that they're processing a single feedstock, and then they don't want to necessarily to take a feedstock from a council to combine it. Whereas, and if you look at what the intention of the Edmund Hillary Fellowship is itself, is to bring, patent ideas and UN Sustainable Development Goal focused projects to New Zealand, to incubate them in the New Zealand environment and export them back to solve global problems. And so, one of the challenges we see as well is that Haman's background as a part of a significant consortium in India that has built and is building right now an anaerobic digestion system that's nearly 200 tons in scale. So when you're asking that type of question, we see two types of results depending on kind of where somebody's come from. Has it been built here before and therefore is it proven, or it hasn't been built here, therefore it's not proven and therefore we won't accept it. And what we're saying actually, and especially inside of the Climate Accelerator program with Creative HQ, is actually we need to take a step back and stop procuring our solutions based on the same frameworks and think about them more from an agility perspective, and look at what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we solve that iteratively rather than trying to solve it all at once. So for example, in Canterbury, we have a dairy producer that wants to get rid of DAF sludge, and we have a council with a green waste system that needs to be replaced. How can we work collaboratively with industry and council and then Environment Canterbury, for example, where there's a nitrates issue, to say, how are we all going to come together to leverage the R&D budgets that are coming out of government around emissions reduction, waste reduction, process heat, and sustainable land use to do new types of projects, right? Leveraging the aims that council has, the R&D that can be done out of a site like Lincoln, the community, where the industry is going. We know we need to reform. So there's there's this momentum to do this type of work. But for example, with the council, we would say, look, what we're interested in is a piece of land and a waste stream, and then we'll take care of the rest. And those private-public partnerships really haven't been proven in that waste industry space yet. And so, there is a lot of things to take into consideration that don't really get asked through that traditional procurement process. And that's why we're holding these types of talks to start to reshape how we have those conversations.
Nice, thank you. Good explanation, Matthew. Matthew, I have a question here from Gary. So your system is primarily focused on solid organic wastes, and the Nelson pilot will be a great example for others once that's going. What do you think should be done with regard to recycling precious water as a non-potable water source for industry and agriculture across Aotearoa?
Hamana, is that something you want to take?
Yeah, I'll answer that. So when we say solid organics, organics by their very nature contain considerable moisture, unless we're talking about straw, which has been dried and baled. So most of the organics that go to an anaerobic digester already contain a lot of moisture. And in fact, anaerobic digestion is not as efficient with dry substrates as it is in substrates that contain moisture. So that's one part of it. Secondly, in terms of the water use, the tragedy with water in New Zealand currently is there should be no reason for New Zealand to struggle with water, because it's blessed with perhaps one of the highest per capita availability of fresh water anywhere in the world. The function of pollution in New Zealand's water system is a consequence of anthropogenic activities, primarily around water use by industry and water use on farm. And this is the part where, as we spoke about earlier, farmers get scapegoated for. So the wastewater system in New Zealand needs to be addressed. The wastewater treatment in New Zealand is still rudimentary in a lot of places. The fact of the matter is that council wastewater systems a lot of the time end up treating wastewater that is being discharged from primary industry and not from city council. And these rates then fall upon city dwellers rather than the primary industry that is discharging into those water networks to begin with. So there is no simple answer really to what we do with water in New Zealand, but yes, there's Three Waters reform that's coming up. A lot of what happens now will be determined by the technology choices that are made in terms of how that water is managed primarily. So I think there are two separate conversations here. But on the waste side of things, what we need to recognize is that if we process organics more efficiently, then we have essentially a free energy source to power a wastewater treatment system. And that is something that can be evidenced in any region in New Zealand. Pick one and I'll give you specifics.
I guess if I could have a supplementary question and maybe address it to Kate. I think the way you've explained the elementary systems approach to organic wastes, with some water, it would be very interesting to see the intersection of that with our wastewater cycle, just so because we're talking about similar consumers and similar producers, and I just feel it would be quite good for us to make sure that we don't ignore the two the blue and the green, if you like, or the blue and the brown, in terms of the planetary system. So maybe Kate could draw the diagram next time and sort of show how those two intersect, because we are using a lot of fresh water once, and if you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, which is behind so much of our reform, we have to be looking at multiple uses of the water if we're going to value it correctly under the planetary system, I suspect.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. It's really nice to see you, Gary. But I guess to that point, one of the things that was most debated in the development and planetary accounting is that addressing of sort of green, blue and grey water. And there's, you know, I guess a couple of different schools of thought about how you look at water systems and, you know, whether green water, so rainwater coming down, gets counted or not. But actually, when we are using green water, we're extracting that from the natural system, which I think is exactly the point you're making. And so the way that we quantify it in planetary accounting does include that green as well as blue. So water extracted from lakes and rivers and water aquifers and grey water, so the water pollution, I guess, if you like.
Yeah, I have long discussions to be had on this subject, but others are on the calls.
Absolutely.
Not on this call.
Thank you. Liam, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm Liam. I'm a zero waste and circular economy advocate and researcher. Really appreciate the chance to have this kōrero. Thank you. Really, really interesting, fascinating and inspiring in some ways. But I just wanted to ask around how the system manages contaminants, speaking about this novel entities issue that we're talking about in the planetary boundaries framework, because one project I'm involved in at the moment, I've been looking at contamination of organic waste streams, and in particular, sewage sludge seems to be a very risky feedstock for these types of systems. And so I'm just really curious about how an integrated system, because I understand the rationale behind an integrated system, but how you would manage once you sort of stick everything together into an integrated facility, how you actually manage those novel entities not ending up coming out the other end, especially if we're using this in our food systems and agriculture and that sort of thing. So yeah, wondering if someone could speak to that issue.
So Kate, would you like to address that first, or?
I think that's a technology one for you, really.
Thanks, Liam. That comes up very often. And yes, it's a great point. It is something we're mindful of. So what we focus on in terms of contaminants are largely pathogens, heavy metals, hormones, because that's increasingly something that we observe. And we are obviously mindful of novel entities as well. Now, there are a couple of things that happen within the system which involve mechanical preprocessing, thermal preprocessing. There's also a dilutive factor. There's an anaerobic environment. And then there is a dehydration of a product at the end, which then allows us to develop something which, while it's still not yet tested in New Zealand, it is part of the work that we're doing currently in terms of assessing its use in agriculture, right? So it is something that we're mindful of. We know the direction we need to take, and we're addressing it in a phased manner.
Yeah, another element, sorry, just another element to add to that was that, Haman kind of mentioned it earlier around the idea that anaerobic digestion in New Zealand has traditionally been single feedstock and then as large as possible. And then when the souring occurs, because of that contamination, that whole entire feedstock goes into landfill. So the kind of conversations we're having around modularization and small anaerobic digestion, but still having a positive return on investment from an economic perspective, as well as a positive return on investment from a planetary accounting network perspective, is that those modular, smaller anaerobic systems will pick up contamination and the entire feedstock will not be destroyed. And so, when it comes to minimizing what goes into landfill, it absolutely is along those lines. We'll then pick up the data out of that system to then return information back to council or to government around actually how do you stop that contaminant coming in upstream. And so, one of the issues that we see is our built environment has never been intelligent. We procure solutions for lowest possible cost or cost minimization rather than maximum value and value creation. So our mindset is to turn around and make these systems smart, connect them back into either smart housing or industrial environments using using IoT and artificial intelligence, and actually pick up those detectors so that we can put the cost back onto the system that created it. So it's not about just building dumb infrastructure. We have to build intelligence into their systems so that they can interact, because we've become disconnected from our built environment, and that's why we pollute it. We've become disconnected from the environment, which is why we don't care for it. And why we're trying to bring back this Matarangi Māori-led view is that if you go into a Papakainga, you go into a marae, Māori are still so connected to the environment because they're brought up in a household where you're not separate from the environment. Therefore, you're not separate from the place that you're polluting. So we have to go and undo that systemic change that's occurring, or that's occurred in our culture as well. So when you talk about an alimentary system being a living system, it's not about just an anaerobic digestion system. It's about a living system connecting back into the people that utilize it and giving the tools back to those people that put those inputs in. And so, yeah, we can dive into that work offline around how we're addressing that. But very good question, and it's one that has to be solved at many different levels.
Liam, do you want to put your email address there, or send it to me directly, and then I can add it to an email list? But Vicky, would you like to unmute and ask your question?
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, great. Sometimes it doesn't. I have to do the right selection on my microphones and things. So I'm interested. You mentioned a regional plant, and you've specifically referenced Canterbury a couple of times. And I'm just calling it, Canterbury is an enormous region, and many of the sort of systems I look at that I'm interested in around, sort of like energy supplies or water management. To me, many of the more sustainable options now are looking at ever decreasingly small, more small, located locally, disseminated systems. But you seem to be talking much more here about a much larger system that's bringing waste in from different streams, like all the various farms. I mean, I went to Ashburton, which is the other day, which of course is one of our big, more industrialized farming areas, and it's a good hour and a half away from Christchurch. And of course, moving all that, many of the farms at the moment don't, in Canterbury, because we have such permeable soils, don't necessarily have as much effluent storage or collection systems as what you might have in some of the areas with lower permeability soils. Hence, of course, the problems we have, because it soaks straight through the ground and it goes to groundwater. But it means that there's a whole load of infrastructure required if we were to be able to collect up all that effluent on these farms and put it into some sort of transport system to get it to a centralized place. So there's some aspects there that to me don't actually sound as sustainable as a more disseminated farm-based waste management system solutions. And also I've been listening to a lot of regenerative agriculture podcasts, which there's an ability potentially here to shift to farm systems where essentially they are managing their nutrients and their feed growth and so on without needing imports. And so that in itself is completely self-contained. So I'm not saying there isn't a place for example, anaerobic digestion, but I'm not sure that an entire regional scaled solution with all that transport that's associated with it and collection systems and everything else is necessarily, the ideal option. So I just wonder, am I misunderstanding here what you're pitching? Because that disseminated system seems to me to have a lot of benefit from a lower energy input, more resilience in longer term, less carrying moisture around, which is heavy, of course, and so on. So perhaps you could answer that question. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm happy to respond to that. So close to Ashburton is the town of Methven, and we've actually carried out an assessment on farm. What we recognize today is that if we were to provide an on-farm standalone solution, then the effluent from a dairy station, from a milking station that's milking about 500 cows, that effluent would be sufficient to produce, would produce sufficient energy to chill the milk at that dairy station ahead of transport, right? So that is one example of a problem statement of solving at a farm level. So that is one thing that we can do. And is better for the environment as well, because then you don't have that effluent being pumped to ponds. But when I say regional level, I'd also like to bring your attention to what happens at dairies, where now these farmers have transported milk. And now there's milk that's coming in not from 500 cows, but perhaps from 50,000 cows or 100,000 cows to a single dairy plant. Now, this dairy plant, amongst all the other functions that it has, uses coal to provide process heat for the boiler. All dairy factories have a coal-fired boiler. They also produce a dairy processing sludge. Now, the problem statement at this scale, what we've observed is, while there is a move within the government to say that we need to decarbonize industry and there's funding available, and one of the options is to move from coal to electric boilers, there is not enough generation capacity in that last mile of the grid. There is not enough energy supply into that last mile of the grid to support an electrical boiler, which would put a massive load on the electrical grid. And so in such a situation, it's not feasible switching to an electric boiler. But you still have a massive dairy factory in rural Canterbury that's processing milk from thousands of cows that still needs to decarbonize its energy need. In such a situation, if you were to process the dairy sludge from that dairy plant itself and co-digest that with, for example, straw or any other crop residue, or at whatever is locally available, you can create an energy system which is localized, which could then be part of the solution. Like I said, it's never going to be a silver bullet. This is going to solve every problem, sort of a thing, but that is doable. So that's how it works at a regional level. But yes, we are conscious that we want to avoid transport. Scope 2 and 3 emissions is something that we talk about a lot. In Canterbury, there are large city councils that truck their sludge elsewhere because there's no means or method of disposal locally. So it's horses for courses. The solution can be scaled from as small as 3 tons per day, which is our first technology demonstrator, to what we've actually built in India, which is 200 tons per day. So depending on what the need is, depending on what the feedstock availability is, depending on whether we're engineering a waste minimization solution or whether we're engineering an energy solution, we're agnostic and we build to what's required.
That's really helpful, and that's really clear that you are talking about disseminated and not when you said regional, it sounded like we're going to put all the waste into one plant, which I know some of those massive energy to waste plants to do exactly that. So no, that's reassured me. Thank you.
No, but it is part of the problem, and why. And we're not trying to pick on Canterbury, but it's where we see such incredible opportunity to pivot what is industrial agriculture into a more sustainable land use. And specifically, when you look at Canterbury, creating resilient infrastructure has to take into consideration some of Canterbury's history as well. So we're opposed to large infrastructure. We don't think building 100-ton plants is the future. You know, we think the sweet spot is around 8 tons to 20 tons, and to have these is co-located as close to where that gas or energy offtake could be utilized. And so, no, we're absolutely opposed to large pieces of infrastructure. We don't think that's the future. We think that's what's been done in Europe. We don't think that can be commercially viable in New Zealand. And we think that there's evidence of $100 million projects that are doing that at the moment. And we did a talk with Ariake around resilient infrastructure. It needs to be local, needs to be locally owned, and it's more than that. It's not just about locally owning it. The reality is if we don't have iwi involved in and tie the water plan to a 5-year plan to a 100-year plan, our procurement really isn't looking at what's the cost of water going to be in 10 years' time, right? That's the point of the planetary accounting network and the standards associated with it. It starts to ask different questions. You're asking questions about how can our organics look at nitrates. You're asking questions about how does a procurement of an organic system actually start to impact our land use, right? So if we start to apply that Māori worldview, then and look at context of place and well-being, we're not just looking at, okay, well, how much does it cost and what physical location does it need to be in? So it's significantly bigger than just, are we building a single plant? We have to look at ownership models, and we have to look at, what are the underlying well-being elements of it. So I hope that provides a bit more context. Now, I'm just conscious of time, and does anybody else still have a burning question that they want to kind of present, and what it's just kind of on the tip of their tongue, they need to get it out? Well, I think we have time for one more.
Liam's raised his hand.
Yeah, I could do one more just quickly. Thank you. I just had a question about digestate in general. My understanding, my sort of lay person's understanding, is that digestate, through the process of digestion, is stripped of a lot of carbon, and so it's high in nitrogen. And so I'm just wondering, how do we, if we're using that as a fertilizer, how do we address that exacerbating the nitrogen cycle, which we already know is being exceeded as a planetary boundary?
So excellent question, and again I'll answer that in two parts. So but I'll answer the part around the planetary boundary first. The problem we have with nitrogen runoff is that the way we provide nitrogen to plants in terms of solubilized urea solutions limit the ability of the soil for the plants to actually absorb that free nitrogen. Plants can only absorb nitrogen when it's in the form of a nitrite or a nitrate, and that requires symbiotic microorganisms in soil. So there is bacterial activity, there's fungal activity, which then converts that nitrogen into something that plants can absorb. Now, that nitrogen cycle, it doesn't rain nitrogen from the air. So that's why we have the runoff and leaching from nitrogen. The second part with it is in terms of the emissions thereof, in terms of nitrous oxide, which then is a greenhouse gas again, which causes its own share of problems. Coming to the digestate side of things, your point is excellent, but that's some of the key part around our IP, is that we optimize carbon nitrogen ratios of the input feedstock ahead of loading the digester. And what that ensures is not only a far more thorough digestion process, it also means that we have a digestate product, which, if it requires land application, then will ensure that those ratios aren't out of whack. I think we lost you.
He's still there. He's muted. Well, thanks. Yeah. So I just want to give the sorry to cut you off, Liam. I just want to give the opportunity to throw back to Kate. Look, Kate, I'd love you to apply and wrap us up, and just kind of looking at, apply your lens to this. And then I'm really keen, because these questions that have been asked are completely relevant to, how we can start to look differently at solutions. And so we're really interested to find out about what we can do to use Planetary Accounting Network in real use cases.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And I think it's been such an interesting discussion, and really, I guess, speaks to the need to be able to put some numbers around this complexity, because so many of the questions have been about that difficult balancing between one impact or another, transport versus, water, things like that, which are really difficult to make any sensible decisions about without putting some numbers behind. I guess wanted to share just briefly how we operate, so that if there's people are keen to look at how Planetary Accounting might be able to help them, there's a few different ways to work with us. So I run two organisations. One's called Planetary Accounting Network, and we're a charitable trust that basically helps people to use planetary accounting, but we also identify where we think planetary accounting can make the most impact and raise funds to run projects. The other is a new company called Planetary Insights, which basically takes these initiatives and systems of planetary accounting to scale. So PAN's about 4 years old, and we're a pretty rapidly growing network of organisations. So all these organisations are working with us to either use planetary accounting for their own decision making or to test and support our work. And I guess one of the really exciting things that we've been working on is an initiative called Planetary Facts, which really focuses in on the sort of supply chain and product sustainability piece. So we've been developing a standard with a few quite big NZ Inc firms like the Warehouse Group, and it's a new way of being able to communicate sustainability performance, but also to quantify it. So it's inspired by nutritional facts labels on food products. The neat thing about those nutritional facts labels is that they can give you consistent information about any food product in the supermarket. If you go and look at eco labels in the supermarket today, you'll find, you know, different labels on every different sort of type of food. Imagine if you could get planetary facts about the carbon, the nitrogen, the water footprint of any product, not just food, across all of your purchases. But also as a business, imagine if you just had that insight so that you could design and improve those products and develop the products that people want. Some of the other initiatives that we are running as well is that we're working with organisations to help them expand their corporate targets from carbon to planetary science-based targets. We're actually partnering with Becca to look at planetary accounting for regions and cities, and how you take that lens to really develop these roadmaps to take forward. And we're working on some education programs so that our new graduates actually come out with that broader systems thinking lens. Planetary Insights is really focusing in on that planetary facts side of things, so that supply chain piece. And we've just opened a beta program, which is pretty exciting, where companies can come and be part of the development so that they can get insights about their whole supply chain across different product categories. So I guess at the moment, the biggest opportunities to work with us are really to become part of the Planetary Facts program with PAN, where you can, there's an opportunity for 10 companies to work with us and pilot our labels on the shelf with real customers over the next 12 months, and also to be part of our beta cohort to actually get those detailed insights about products and you know how you can actually improve the design of these. So you know, I think the discussion today really does just emphasize how much we really need environmental data to support decision making. And so if you're interested to sort of chat with us about opportunities to take that data and apply it to projects that you're working on, I'll leave my details here, and I'd love to hear from any of you.
Okay, that's really fantastic. And I think Germán and I, we, even with our level of understanding of the whole ecosystem, you know, it really took us probably a few days to get our heads around how do we really start to apply planetary accounting. And I think we've only just scratched the surface of it. So I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing to try to take this standard and apply it into a software that's going to, I think, fundamentally change the way that we see and approach our world. I love the work that you're doing. I think it is at a level that it's at a level that I think if we were able to apply this framework into New Zealand, it would begin to show the world that we're a better trade partner, and that we would actually turn and pivot our, you know, we used to be a clean green country. I think that is no longer the way the world sees us, right? But if we were able to use something like PAN to start to pivot and turn that back around, we would actually start to see that it would have a huge impact on our economy, not just on our ecology. So, you know, I really appreciate you putting your time into both helping Germán and us, and taking your time out today to explain to people what work you're doing. Germán, is there any words you'd like to say in closing before I wrap us up?
No, nothing really, except thank you to Michelle for hosting this, and thank you, Kate, for helping us use PAN to frame the conversation, provide more context. And thank you to everyone who thought it worthwhile attending.
Yeah, and also for the patients during the experiment around using Miro for collaboration in the middle. I really do enjoy these EHF live sessions because it does bring us into a conversation. I hate so much the one-way interactions. So appreciate you suffering a fool that likes to play with new things. So look, with that, I'm just going to close this off with a karakia. Kia tau te rangamari e, kia ranga e ngā iwi o te ao. It's basically let your peace reign on all the people of the world. So thank you so much, everybody, for participating today. And with that, I'll close out this live session.